Yeah, we're good whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Today is September 3rd, 2024. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We do have a full house here. We'll go ahead and start the pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. As I said earlier, we got everybody here, so we have a full quorum. I'll ask if there's any changes to the regular agenda.
Nope.
Jim? Lucas?
No, sir.
Jace?
Nope.
Okay, I'll look for a motion to approve the regular agenda.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion approved. I got a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 4, approve the consent agenda. Has everybody had a chance to look through the numerous additions to the consent agenda today?
Yep. I had a couple questions,
Go ahead.
if I may.
Yep.
Jim?
Yep.
4I, Water Sewer Storm Street Improvement District for 66th Street. Progressive estimate number 12 showed $34,000 yet of material in storage. Can
Electrical.
you talk to me about what is remaining? Is that,
Electrical, I believe.
it's all electrical? So they have the parts, it's just
Being
stored,
installed.
being installed?
Once they're installed, it'll come off of that.
Okay, and then on item J, we had a 10.5% overage on the final asphalt pavement lifts. And just walk me through what line items they went over on and why.
Let me bring it up here.
Looks like mobilization. Looks like on track.
Let's see. Mobilization was good on contract, on section 1, 1,700 billing. There was some extra billing that had to be done on section 1. Looks like about 1,300 yards of that, of extra billing. Curb and gutter, we underran that. Curb and gutter replacement, we underran that. Patching, we underran. Asphalt, over by 400 tons. It's kind of typical construction deviation on projects like that where there's cement and trenches and that.
So they
That's-
overran on the actual paving quantities?
Yep. So we bid those by the, we bid those by the ton on purpose, knowing that there'll be some deviation in it versus square yard. It's more important to get the crown back in the road than it is to just put a little more mix, to put the mix in there.
And same thing with the tack coat, which would go
Yep.
with that, of course.
Yep, it does. And then on the second one, we underran a couple of those. For section 2, a little over on the patching. Patching tends to grow as you do it. The mix was 150 tons over, same thing with the PG oil, that was a little bit under. We factored like 6.5% of oil, and they usually run a little bit lower when it comes
Okay.
time for that. The tack, same thing, it's a little bit more than that. Gate valve adjustments, there's under there, and then on section 3, there's a 1, a little more milling on that one, and then patching, there's more patching on that one. Super
A
pave
little more
was
cement and a little more
Yeah.
tack
a
coating.
little bit more mix, like 100 tons or that, so pretty construction deviation in my mind.
I don't usually get too excited if it's within 10%. When I start to see it go over, which in this case it's barely over,
Yep.
I just wanted a good thorough explanation of
Yep,
what.
and
they
there'll be a
were doing.
balancing change order that comes next meeting, or
Okay.
actually probably be the first one in October.
Good.
Once we go through, there's a change order for some additional gate valves that were out of whack once we found out in the field, they were, barrel section, or the risers were cracked. So we had to
Risers were
dig down
cracked.
a little ways and replace those, but we can talk about that one. That's a separate agenda item.
Good, okay. I don't have any other questions. He's successfully answered mine, thank you.
Okay.
I do. I have a question. I would be interested in moving the street parking ordinance amendment, second reading. I was in contact with a resident from section 1, number 16, about the half sack, not parking within 100 feet. I think I was in contact with a person who this was written to prohibit their personal vehicle parking in an area. And I think maybe it needs to be explored further. I looked into Fargo, West Fargo. They don't seem to have this same type of limitation. And so I would just like to explore it a little further. I think it's more of a neighborly dispute than it is maybe, because I know with cars parked where in the future they wouldn't be able to park, a 54 passenger bus can make that turn. So I don't know if it's as much about that as it is just about one person's vehicles that are parked there. I don't know. I would be interested in perhaps putting it on the regular agenda or even for another meeting where we could have the residents impacted discuss it.
This is the second reading so
This
far?
is second reading. You could have changes from first to second. Typically on this, you know, I could say it really quickly from the no parking aspect of this is that you still have, like Jim showed the diagram of where you have the conflict. That's how you treat it as a whole overall ordinance. But if you want to discuss it as a whole, we could put it on the regular agenda. And that's typically what you do for any items on consent, is if the council wants to talk about any items, they should be pulled from the consent agenda and put on the regular agenda. So if you'd like to discuss that one separate, we could do that. Just
Are the residents
put it
here
on the
tonight,
regular
Rachel?
agenda.
They're not.
So-
No, they're
You want
not
to
here
give them an
today.
opportunity
I
to
do.
come?
Yeah.
Okay, do you
It's-
want to pull it then?
Yeah, I would like to pull that. I would
Any
move
objections,
to.
Brenton?
So you guys call, if you want to pull it, you can.
Do you want to table it, or do you want to pull it for a
Table.
separate item on the agenda? Maybe.
We'll table it till next meeting.
You want the next one? Okay.
Yep.
Rachel, are you just gonna let them know that
Yeah.
it's, okay.
Yes, I will.
Or do you, I
What-
mean, I guess it impacts more than
Right.
just one person. I mean,
It-
does it, do we publish these, or does this go on our website?
Yeah, it goes through the publication requirements for any ordinances. So-
Okay, but
No,
is that?
no, not for,
Well-
for parking. So when we do your land use code, any revisions to that,
Yeah.
those get noticed because they go to the planning commission first. So any land use code ordinance changes go to the planning commission first for a recommendation to the city council. Those type of ordinances get notices in the paper. This one does not affect the land use code. It's its own title, and so there's no,
No notice?
there's no notice for this one. It's just, I
Would
don't
it
know if
be
the city puts it
worth-
on the website, but.
I mean, I could reach out to the residents on that half stack, but I know there's others
With, throughout the city probably?
throughout the city or in the neighborhood. I'm not sure. What would you guys recommend?
I mean, it might be
Well, I
good to
mean,
at least let residents know.
I mean, if the gentleman who reached out to you or person
Yes.
reached out to you, definitely let them know, but I mean, usually if they're reaching out to us, they're paying attention to what's on the
Right.
agendas. So I'm assuming that if we haven't heard from any other residents besides that one regarding this ordinance, I mean, I'm
So,
not,
I was just gonna say, we have had complaints from residents in regards to the area Rachel's talking about.
Okay.
And like I said, the parking ordinance was addressing it holistically, as you still have the same dynamics of room for turning movements throughout city
Can
radio
you just
aspect. So
maybe-
it could be a separate conversation, it would be a separate conversation, is most appropriate.
can you maybe just put like a post out or something on
Yeah,
Facebook that
I
just
could do it in
says,
a neighborhood page and on the city.
I mean, regarding, on the city page, just say regarding the street parking ordinance, it has been tabled until the next meeting. Please join us if you have concerns. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
It would be good to hear both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, I think all communication is good communication.
Yeah.
So I would support that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other questions about the agenda? excuse me, about the consent agenda?
Not for me.
Not from me.
Okay, I will look for a motion with the one suggested change of tabling item C.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda with the tabling of item C.
I'll second.
You got a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Number 5. Approve the minutes from August 19th, 2024. Has everybody had a chance to read the minutes from August 19th, 2024?
Yeah, I guess I do have a question though. It says they're approved by legal. However, number 8 has a question mark regarding the second motion for number 8.
I didn't catch any of your motions at the last meeting. I couldn't hear them, I was at home,
Oh,
so
that's right, you were
I may
remote.
have dropped the ball in
I thought it was
motions,
just
because I
a
didn't write
typo.
any of them down.
Okay.
So I'd have to defer
There are
to
people here that did write those down.
somebody else.
Can somebody just,
I have my
we should
notes.
probably make sure it's
I think we
correct.
need to
We'll table
update
it.
that.
If you're okay, we could table that.
Yep.
Okay, so tabling number 8?
Yeah.
Number
Tabling number 5.
Number
I'm
5.
sorry, tabling number 5 with number 8 of the old agenda in question.
Yes.
Okay. All right, number 6, public comment. Does everybody have anything to talk about tonight? Okay, anybody from the council hear from the public that they want to bring up their discussion from an email?
No.
What are you asking?
Does anybody want public comment? Did you get an email from any resident that you want to bring up in public comment on their behalf?
Oh, I mean, I guess I was gonna bring it up with the sheriff's update, but, just again, more residents with Greyhawk traffic concerns. They just are really struggling up there, so I'm sure you guys have all gotten the emails as well. I think I get
Yeah.
one on a weekly basis, so, just wanting to make sure that you guys are taking the time to patrol up there during peak hours, I guess, with the gate being open.
Absolutely, and we, after the last meeting I was at, we kind of ceased doing our directed patrol log for that specific area.
Mhm.
So we can definitely start those up again to track how much time we're putting up there.
I mean, I
but-
trust that you guys are doing it, it's just the residents really would like to see
Sure.
a presence, especially since school has started and they're concerned about the teenagers driving like
100%.
crazy out there, so.
And I just got through with my motorcycle training for the department.
Mhm.
So instead of fighting with a 3/4 ton truck up there, hopefully I can get the motorcycle up there and make some more enforcement efforts in the future too. So.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
I am continued to be contacted about the pond, wanting the pond to be workable in Lost River, or at least have the fountains put in. It's an ongoing issue. Summer's almost over.
Do we, are you talking about the ones in Lost River or?
Yes, yes, that's who has contacted me. are
Because
residents
I
of
did
River.
see, when I was biking around, I don't know if many of the ponds, fountain ponds, the pumps in the ponds are working. I mean, do we know?
We've had a lot, apparently we've had a lot of pumps break, or broken this year. I don't know why. I've talked with Public Works and with Jim about that, and also the effectiveness of the ponds, or the fountains into ponds, because if you look at like Lost River Pond, for example, even last year, if you look at aerial photo of it, you see the fountains running, but you can still see cattails and algae forming on the pond, or formed on the pond, so it isn't just that. There's more tied to that pond in particular, for example, but as for the other ones, the fountains, I don't know why they've broken, but that's what I have been asking their staff about that, find out what the heck is going on. Are there better options in the future? So we are
Because it
looking
doesn't-
into it.
I'm no expert, but it does really seem to affect the water quality, just visually even.
Right.
And I'm not the expert, obviously, but, yeah.
And then just one more item. Have you touched base, Brenton, with our public works staff to find out if the fire hydrants over by Chestnut are back in order? I know that there was out of order signs on them, and I had residents reaching out saying, well, what if my house is on fire? This doesn't make me feel good. And I did talk to Adam, and he had mentioned that it was on a schedule, but I haven't
Yeah.
heard.
They fixed the one by the church, I know, they fixed the one in Rude's Edition, and I'm pretty sure they started with the one in Chestnut. This
Yeah.
was a
Okay.
couple weeks ago that they did that.
Yeah, Adam
Ferguson-
mentioned something about
Fer-
August
Yep,
schedule.
Ferguson was out, brought them the tools, showed them how to do it, and then they
Yeah.
went, and I'm pretty sure that they started with the Chestnut one while the Ferguson rep was here, and then they went and did the other ones when after he was gone, he left them the tools. So,
Okay.
I do believe
I
that one
believe
has
they
been
did.
fixed. The
Perfect.
one in the northwest corner, maybe not, because I think there was something wrong, more significantly wrong with that one, but I may be wrong. The one in the southeast corner was repaired.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Okay.
Sorry, going back to ponds and pumps. Do we have a timeline for some answers on this? Because I've been bringing it up quite a bit and it's always the same.
I brought it up with our staff last Monday. I met with them on site to talk with them, and they're, for Lost River Pond, for example, I've asked our staff and Jim to work together, the different options council has, in particular the Lost River Pond.
Okay.
So
Could we
that was
maybe
one
have-
of those asking them to have that, and they weren't able to have the numbers and everything together
Okay.
for this meeting tonight. Otherwise, we would have had tonight.
Next meeting?
So the floating fountains, these are different from a normal one in that their intake is horizontal and not vertical due to the depth of the pond. And what I'm being told is the horizontal is potentially allowing more stuff in that's overloading the pump and burning them out. So Lost River has a lot of weeds and whatever else, if you want to say, around there. So I think there's some apprehension in putting them into that one, just to burn out a couple more. But I'll find out for sure if that is the case. The other thing we had talked about was the last couple of years have been pretty dry. And with the city had done at one time, put chemicals in to dye the water to try to keep the light from getting too far into, so weeds would grow.
Oh.
And there was some thought, we were talking about this last week, is that more vegetation might have grown when the water level was so low. It seems like the deeper the pond, the better the water quality.
Okay.
So some of them, Maple Grove is one that we fought with for many years with duckweed and other stuff. We cleaned it out once, took probably 18 inches of muck out of that one. Lost River has been cleaned out once already, and we are looking at maybe trying to do something to maybe deepen it to get some more water in there to increase the water quality with that. Cub Creek is a nice pond. That one's a nice deep one. The one by the school is a pretty deep pond too. So
Okay.
as a whole, we've been trying to go deeper with the ponds just for water quality, but it doesn't help existing ponds that are maybe a little bit shallower. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Moving on, agenda item number 8, Division 0. Oh, I'm sorry, Sheriff's update number 7, my bad, I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for your time. I am going to take a seat so I can take notes if need be. I do not have the regular report this month, or this meeting. Deputy Kwong will present that next meeting. But I just wanted to go over a few things that are coming up, especially with Bean Days going on. We do have an operations plan in place for the dance and the parade. So that was shared with local law enforcement, public safety, fire, ambulance, things like that. And we work with the city as well to kind of coordinate that plan of action. So that basically will just kind of outline our response or any emergency services response to the area if something were to happen. It sounds like we will have 3 or 4 deputies down here during the event for most of the day on Saturday, leading into the dance. So, one of our supervisors brought up the parking, we will refer that there's gonna be temporary parking enforcement in place. Is that it? There is, okay. Which streets would that be on?
We were going to talk about that later
Okay, perfect.
on the agenda.
Yep, I'll hang out for that then.
Just want to make sure you get a copy of that then.
Oh, and number 15.
Yeah, number 15, JM 15, Bean Day road closures, and Paul has got prepared, and we'll touch base on that. But,
Perfect. Yep.
And
No sense
then
covering
also,
twice. It's perfect.
once that's set, then, like any road closures, if we have wherever we have no parking, we can have that just laid out as a map for you guys. But, so number 15 is really talking about the road closures, but no parking will be there.
Awesome.
As a separate separate email to you guys.
Okay. Well, that was kind of the next thing on my list too, and we did go down to, and speak with ASSA Construction down south on County 17. So they're in the loop with all of this as well, with the road closures and everything else going on in the parade. So we kind of gave them the timelines and where all of the road closures are going to be. So I'm going to go down there and check base with them again tomorrow, make sure they have a good plan as far as detouring traffic around during those times and days. So hopefully that will mitigate a lot of that bigger truck traffic through town during that time.
Question on what you're talking about there. Jim, is the county still working on County Road 14 and the next main road over to the east from 17? Just to the east of Keith's house. Trying to remember the name of the road.
57.
57.
Area?
That's
Yeah,
right.
they weren't supposed to be done until middle of the month at the earliest. in
So that
area.
road's closed too?
It's not closed, it's still open to
Correct.
25-mile-an-hour traffic, both directions.
Okay. I didn't know if that entrance onto County Road 14 was closed, if they had finished that up. Because they had it torn apart last week.
And that was one of the options I was going to explore with them too, if they come all the way down 45th, which wouldn't be the best route, but for the day, it might work to down and around.
Okay, so we'll have to check on that, because like I said, it was under construction last week.
Yeah, and I'll get with Brent too, if we come up with a plan through ASN and ourselves to just kind of let the city know on where those trucks will be detoured to too, so if anybody else has questions, we can push that out as far as a detour for the city goes for those
Fair
days,
enough.
so.
Thank you.
You bet. And maybe Brent can hit on this one as well, citation dates. Right now, currently, we're at 28 days from the date of the citation to have it taken care of within the municipal court. All of our other municipalities, to include the district court, are down to 14 days. If this is something the city would like to do, we can definitely do it, and the sheriff's office would take care of it, getting that arranged through tracks. It just makes it a little bit cleaner for the deputies coming through town, so they know one specific time and date to get everybody during citations. But if that's something the council's interested in, I'd just be looking for a motion on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't
Yeah.
aware that we were out 28
Yeah.
days.
That was gonna be, it's been 28 days for years, and one of those that we were going to bring up as a separate item to the council at a later date here.
Yeah, no,
So,
I see no reason we wouldn't conform.
it was
Yeah.
just not an item we had on here yet.
Oh,
Okay, we can make a motion though.
I see no reason not to.
So what's your, sorry, I just want to make sure, are you talking
Basically,
about setting a
people-
court date? Like a, or-
so once the citation is issued, the individual would have X amount of days to take care of the citation, whether to set up a court date with the city or get that citation taken care of. Right now, they have 28 days to do that.
You wanna drop it to
And
14?
Then we drop it down to 14 to match district court and all the other municipalities.
I suppose
I
it'd be
would-
easier for
Yeah.
your deputies, so that they're not like, where am I here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would propose that we add that to the next agenda to
Yeah.
make
And-
sure that the public has time to, you know, see it, comment, get information back to us, but at this point in time, we should conform to surrounding communities, I would think.
And like I said, that was an item I talked about with the Keenan, or patrol sergeant now for this area, and I've talked with Johnner about it, but I was going to do that as a separate item where we can lay out the information for you to say, okay, here you go, here's
Yeah.
what would happen.
Can we do that for the
Yeah.
next agenda?
Yeah.
Good.
I think it's important to talk to the municipal judge and the prosecutor as well to make sure that
Yes.
the
I
timing
agree.
of it, and I think that's why it's,
Mm.
That
Brent
was
has
why I
not
was rushing it.
pushed it yet.
Yes,
Mm.
because we also have a new judge, and I wanted to be able to touch base with the judge to see their preferences too.
Makes sense.
Good.
I appreciate that. I apologize for stepping on your toes, Brendan.
Yeah.
I knew you were tracking it, but that's really all I had on my list to go over. If anybody has any questions or comments from me, I'd be happy to take those.
How's the truck enforcement been going?
Truck enforcement has been going steady. We have been doing a lot of escorts lately, and unfortunately with our short staff, I'm doing a lot of those escorts myself. So other than that, though, we have been very, very busy. Beet harvest just started. It's been a while now, probably three weeks or better. So that's been taking up a lot of my time as well. But it's constant.
Are you seeing some violators in our community?
So what I've been seeing most is a lot of our contractors with their driving vehicles that they aren't able to under their class of license.
Yep.
I've been seeing that a lot and addressing that a little bit more. Other than that, as far as construction traffic and overweight traffic, I haven't really had too many issues with that.
Good.
Permitting has still been, I still get 3 or 4 or 5 emails a day for permits, so we're going in the right direction there. I've been stopping out with a lot of contractors that I know that are working in the area again, just doing the educational piece. The city has permits, and this is how you go about getting them. So I think that's kind of helped increase that permit number as well. So.
Good. Well, I know I appreciate your presence, and I see you all over town, so you're definitely working hard for us. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet.
How was traffic up in Grayhawk the first few days of school?
The first few days, it wasn't terrible. We had a few stop sign violations in the mornings. The evenings, I wasn't able to get down to, so I can't, I don't know anything about that. But in the mornings, it wasn't bad, especially after the 52nd Avenue opened up. I think that, in my opinion, took care of a little bit of that traffic coming through there. We had a couple speeders, and it was right before buses came through. It was probably 7:30 or so.
Okay.
We had a couple speeders southbound. Other than that, I didn't see too much. So
Okay.
stop sign violations is still the big one now with those new stop signs there. And then a few random speeders coming from West Fargo through Grayhawk.
I agree. I was out there opening day of school
Yeah.
from about 20 after 7 till about 8 a.m. And running those stop signs is pretty significant right now
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I would look forward to seeing some numbers as to what you guys are actually doing up there.
Sure.
It'd be good at least for the residents up there, just so they know what's going on.
Absolutely. No, and we'd be happy to start that, just similar like we did last month for that patrol log, to present that as well.
Okay.
That would be absolutely doable there.
Okay, anything else? Anybody from the public have questions for the sheriff? Okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, now agenda item number 8 for the Vision Zero presentation.
Great. If you don't mind, I'm also going to have a seat, just
Sure.
because it's a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
So my name is Leah Kelm, and I am the Regional Outreach Coordinator for Vision Zero in your area. So I have the whole southeast corner of the state. There's only 4 of us that have this position, so we oversee the entire state. And with our positions, we do everything from presentations in high schools to working with law enforcement, to working with EMS on post-crash care, to infrastructure, working, again, that's where we're getting with my Smart Sign project, but working on infrastructure areas where we see there are lots of crashes happening. So making sure the right people are communicating so that these crashes don't keep happening. So my job is different every single day, and that's why I love it, but that's kind of an idea of what I'm doing. So next slide, please.
Yep. Officer, can I have you move that microphone in front of her, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
It's for recording purposes.
Appreciate it.
All right, perfect, okay. And for those of you that don't know what Vision Zero is, it is North Dakota's initiative to try to get us closer to zero motor vehicle fatalities. So it was put in place by Governor Burgum in 2018. With him leaving, it is not going to change. It is still going to be our initiative to try to bring down those motor vehicle fatalities. Next slide, please. So again, to get that number as close to 0. So we understand that every single person on our roadways that we lose matters. So in your family, what is the number that is okay for you to lose? For all of us, I'm guessing it's 0. which is why it's so important that we try to teach this behavior and try to change the culture in our state so that we have personal responsibility for the decisions that people are making behind the wheel. Unfortunately, I would say close to 100% of accidents are preventable, especially when it comes to distraction, speed, impairment, just their decisions that people are making. And unfortunately, if they made different ones, we could have different outcomes for people, whether it be serious injury or a fatality. So next slide, please. The numbers in North Dakota, our numbers thankfully have been trending down. A lot of our higher numbers, as you see with the crashes, that was really around the oil boom. So that is part of the reason the numbers are trending down. However, we were the lowest that we had been in 20 years in 2022, but we did go up a little bit again in 2023. And with those crashes from 2022, about 69% of them were unbelted. So those fatalities, about 69% of them. And statistically, 50% would have survived if they would have just buckled up. So, I mean, almost 7 out of 10 when we're looking at numbers. So, next slide, please. And Vision Zero takes a group effort when we look at bringing down our fatal and serious injury crashes. And we use different things like engineering, like I mentioned, the infrastructure side. So making sure that there's correct speed limits in different areas. There's rumble strips, there's flashing beacons, just trying to make our roadways safer. On the enforcement side, again, maybe it's us helping with a legislative effort. Maybe it is providing grant funds so that you can do overtime grants or that our law enforcement can throughout the state. On the EMS side, unfortunately, that usually comes in post-crash, but making sure that they have the resources they need and maybe that we can get them in contact with the right people so that because we know every single second counts post-crash. And then education, that's again more where I come in, so trying to spread the message and trying to teach that culture throughout our state. Next slide. So we understand that we can't do everything. Again, there's only 4 of us for outreach, and the Highway Safety Division for DOT is pretty small. I think it's less than 10 people. We do have a pretty large state. So we use different priority emphasis areas to try to bring those numbers down, and we pick those areas based on the ones with the greatest potential to reduce our fatalities and serious injuries. So right now in your community, there is a smart sign and there are 2 behavior detectors. So that grant project, so again, I'm based out of the Cass County Highway Department, so I'm actually a Cass County employee. Each of us are based in a county, but we do statewide work. That grant is through the Cass County Highway Department. I oversee it. And the reason that I decided to take that route was because 3 of the biggest things that we are seeing as our top reasons for fatal crashes and serious injuries: distraction, unbelted, and speed. And so those were, when I saw this product and when I saw the grant availability, that's why I took this route. So next slide, please. And that is where the smart sign came in. So I received a grant from the North Dakota Department of Transportation's Highway Safety Plan. It is federal funds, so it's all through NHTSA. And then it didn't cost a single dollar to Cass County. We didn't have to match anything. We received the full funds. And what this system does is it comes with a smart sign, which is a sign that provides driver feedback. It comes with behavior detectors, which can tell if someone is not wearing their seatbelt, if they're texting and driving, or if they're speeding. And then it also has a cloud dashboard that saves all of this information. So one of the biggest concerns when I rolled this out was privacy. And it is an infrared laser. It does not take pictures. It is entirely anonymous. That is why I actually went with this product, is because of ND Century Code, we wouldn't have been able to use it if it did take pictures. So it is not able to store any sort of information such as license plate numbers, anything like that. One of the other reasons I took this route is because it provides instant feedback and it targets the people that are doing these behaviors. It's not a blanket approach. It's actually telling the people that are doing these dangerous behaviors, like, hey, we see you. So the detector can actually communicate to the sign if someone is not wearing their seatbelt, and so the sign will say buckle up. If they're on their phone, it'll say phone down, and then if they're speeding, it will come up with the speed. So it just, in that sense, it's not a regular radar line. Does anyone have any questions before we move on to your results from it?
Are you like capturing the data and using it for some kind of research? Or-
Yeah, so I should have also mentioned, this is a 3-year pilot program. And so we are the first in the whole Midwest to have this sort of technology. This year, unfortunately, who would have thought that our cold winters were horrible for the batteries for these detectors? So they went down in the winter. The company that we work with actually bought like a deep freeze, and they're working on ways to try to make the batteries better, and they're based in upstate New York. They thought it would be fine in upstate New York. I told them it probably wouldn't be, but again, here we are. But it is gathering the information so that we can decide, like, looking in different areas that the county has possibly thought about raising speed limits. Well, what kind of behavior is already happening there? Is it something that we want to match that behavior, or is it something that we're seeing people are speeding this fast in this area already? Should we be bringing that speed limit up? Is it something that we should be adding in flashing beacons? Because there's a lot of people that are texting in that area. So from an infrastructure side, that's where we're hopefully going to use the data. On an enforcement side, we will be able to have heat maps of the times when these behaviors are happening in different areas. So it'll make it easier for enforcement. And then also from the education side, most of these are placed near schools. So on my end, I'm not going in blind. I'm able to actually tailor the education in these schools based upon the behaviors that are happening near them. So, and then data-wise though, like I mentioned, there were some hiccups this year. I wish it would have, to say lightly, there were some hiccups this year. I wish it would have gone as smoothly as it did this fall before the batteries went down due to the weather. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So this location, which is right by Heritage Middle School, where the smart sign is right now, we did not have a detector there this fall. We did put it there this summer when the sign went up. And so the data on the top is from the spring when the detector was put there and the summer months. And then the bottom data is from last week, or for the last couple weeks. The product they gave us, we all love the word supply chain issues. It wasn't the usual products that they used when they've done installs in the past. So they sourced things that would work, but weren't necessarily what they had used in the past. So they gave us an entirely new system and reinstalled all 8 of our detectors around the county. So hopefully, fingers crossed going forward, we won't have issues, but that's part of the reason why I have just the last couple weeks.
What was the speed limit there at the?
That is a 30.
30 or 35?
30. So.
It goes from 45 to 30 in eighth of a mile, roughly. It's right out in front of my house. I see people going by there all the time. What's that?
Right out by Cup Creek is where
Yep.
that slows down.
Yep.
I mean, just this morning I got somebody at 57 and right off of, right where that sign is essentially.
It's an easy road to speed on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but again, with it being right next to a school, I mean, it's also a pretty dangerous area to speed.
Yep, so.
From the data that I do have so far from it, some of the patterns or some of the behaviors we saw, that phone use was significantly worse on school days. Midday, people were least likely to buckle up, and there was a strong correlation between heavy traffic and phone use. So, but when we are looking at average seatbelt use rate in Cass County, there's a NOPA study, which is the National Occupant Protection Use Survey from 2023. Cass County is usually about 15.6% of people unbelted, so we are below that, which is good. Again, I mean, I wish we had everyone wearing a seatbelt, but that is somewhat of good news that we are below the county average, and that also includes the people like on the interstate where we usually do see more seatbelt use. Statewide, unfortunately, we're at 21% misuse or not use, so we are quite a bit below that as well, but we're still seeing it. Distraction, we stayed right around that mid 8.2, 9.2%. So again, and that's pulling people that it's able to detect a cold item on a warm body. So that's how it detects that you're on your cell phone. So,
I will tell you that the placement of that was absolutely ingenious because we have an intersection there that goes right down to the middle school and the high school.
mhm.
And in the mornings, you wouldn't believe the amount of kids that cross that busy street. And we actually installed detectors for those kids that are solar and power operated because we were having complaints that kids couldn't get across the street.
Mhm.
So this is so much appreciated here because we have not had incidents. I was getting complaints weekly about kids almost being hit, getting, sideswiped, people not seeing them, and those complaints have gone down drastically since this put up. So add that to your data.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that feedback. And again, thank you for letting us have the sign in your city limit.
If you want more of them, you can give.
Yeah, no, thank you. So again, it was a Cass County project, so otherwise, all the data I've had so far has been rural. Like, it's been on county roads. It hasn't been able to have any specific city data, so I appreciate that.
Yep.
Again, being able to work with the school resource, Sylvie at the Heritage Middle School, and, talk to her about the different things that we're seeing. So I'm really looking forward to being able to use the data on more of an education side.
So you guys only have one of these devices?
So there are 8 detectors, and there is 1 smart sign, because that's the expensive side of it. Currently though, detector-wise, if we go to the next slide, you have 2 in Horace, which is more than anywhere else. This fall, November 2nd, is when everything started. And so from November 2nd to November 23rd, that is the data, or that's what was gathered before it went down due to the cold. Your unbelted rate in that area was very high. Distracted rate, out of the 8 fixed detectors around the county, it was by far the highest. And that's, just south of that 52nd Avenue. And that one, the original one that was there, we moved over by Heritage because of the construction with the roundabout.
Mhm.
And then now that that opened back up, we were like, well, it's a really high traffic area. We were getting amazing traffic counts, and so we moved one, I believe, somewhere possibly up by Northern Cass. That one is now down here. So,
And the speed limit for that location is 35?
Yes, 35 there.
Okay.
It goes to 45 south of the river.
Okay.
so, yeah. And then, so with that one, again, it was just really, really high for distraction. It's nice to see that the distraction has gone down. So,
It's working.
well, that's just the detector, so I don't know, but yeah, it's nice to see. But again, that's only a week, so we'll be getting that going forward. My goal originally was to be able to give the sheriff's office every single month information for them to provide you with. That is, again, the goal. There is the dashboard that I'll be able to get just base information from. It won't be quite as in-depth on certain times of the day or days of the week, but I will be able to give them base information. So again, if things are working correctly, you will be receiving that. The more in-depth information, I'm only able to get quarterly in a pretty big report that they do for my contract. So the county did buy these, so even after the 3-year pilot program, we will have them
I
for
was just
use.
gonna ask that. So
Yep.
these are ours. Do you guys plan on getting more?
If they start working better, yes, hopefully, that is the goal. But as of right now, we just have the 8. Because of our study, those of you that actually were there when we were doing the sign demo, Minnesota is going to be getting about double the grant funding that we got to be able to do it on their side of the river, which will be nice because then they have told us they will hire a technician to work on all of our stuff instead of having someone have to fly in from New York or Washington. So, yeah. Does anyone have any questions about those ones?
I just.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Forgive me, Jeff, please, go ahead.
I just asked, what's the name of the company that provides this?
It is Safer Street Solutions.
Okay. All right, sir, go ahead.
We have a fairly new set of schools here in Horace, and you said you do outreach. I was curious if you have reached out to our 9th grade classes at the high school, or if you would have an opportunity to do so.
I have presented to your driver's ed classes.
Wonderful.
So, yep.
Perfect.
Wonderful. This is a big deal. I know my daughter had a lot of questions. Mom, what is this? Why is this sign here? What's it doing? I said, it can see everything you do inside this car. If you are misbehaving, if you are on your phone while you're driving, it will tell us that at council. And I tell you what, it made a big difference. That kid will be in the passenger seat on her phone, and we come up to the sign, the phone goes down and goes up. It is funny. And I told her, I said, you know, when you're driving, there's no phone.
Yeah.
You need to understand that. So it was a really good way to reinforce it as a parent.
Yep.
And not just a council member or a member of our
Yeah.
community.
Well, awesome. And I'm seeing again in like the smaller communities versus the big urban areas, the company is seeing that they're seeing a lot more people that are reacting to it and actually changing, because again, it's your neighbors watching you, not just some random person on the highway.
Right.
And so again, it's kind of helping with that culture change, even if it is kind of, I mean, shaming you a little bit for doing the behavior. But again, if it's changing behavior, that's what we want to see.
Good.
So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Does anyone have any other questions, Vision Zero related or on the enforcement side? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. And I do have to head to Bismarck this evening, so I will be leaving your meeting, but I appreciate your time.
Thanks for joining us.
Drive safe.
Travel safe.
Thank you.
All right. And then agenda item number 9, fiscal year 2025 cost of living adjustment. Brenton, looks like you have this item.
I'm just pulling it up real quick.
Okay.
Make sure I have the right one. Okay, within your packet here, you have a memo regarding 2025 COLA. When we were talking the preliminary budget, we brought forward to the council that COLA we typically do as a separate conversation with the council. Overall, I believe this would be the best. It's mainly hashed out between the council, or amongst the council, of what you'd like to do for a COLA. We have budgeted within the preliminary budget 3% COLA. However, we do have the ability to go higher or lower where the council sees fit. Within this memo, though, I think probably one of the most helpful pieces of information for you in your discussion would be the chart you see up on the screen here in the memo. What we provided to you for your reference, and so you're able to see how we compare with our neighbors is comparison of Horace, Fargo, West Fargo, Cass County, and Moorhead. Those communities were brought forward as the comparisons because that's mainly your metro. Moorhead obviously going outside of into Minnesota side, but the first 4 communities there, Horace, Fargo, West Fargo, and Cass County, are reflective of government entities in North Dakota side. Shows you what they had for each year over the last 5 years, what their total cumulative adjustments were from 2020 to 2025. 2025, we used what we understood as what they're reflecting in their preliminary budgets. However, for some of them, like Fargo, for example, it says 3.5% is what they reflected in their preliminary. They had discussions up to 4.5%, and there's still some push to go up to 4.5%. Anyways, the total is cumulative from 2020 to 2025, and the annual average is how it averages out per each year. Horace is coming at 2.58% on the annual average. Fargo is a 2.9 to 3.1. West Fargo is 2.8. Cass County 3.12. Moorhead 2.7. If the council was we use the 3% for 2025 as that was reflected in the preliminary budget. However, if council is to go up or down, that has a total cost impact for general fund approximately $11,000, and for
a combination of general and highway, because highway is subsidized by general, salary and FICA taxes, $15,838 per 1%.
Yeah, and that's the impact on general fund and the other funds, the other utility, or the highway, and then the utilities or enterprise funds. They have probably about another 5,000 to 10,000. So just to give you a reference of what 1% would do either way. Could be 0.5%, and we could calculate that out for you later on if you do need that. Overall, from the staff side, we have the 3% within the preliminary. It's a budgeting tool for you guys. Our main goal is to encourage you to consider keep helping us remain competitive with our neighbors. As for that, this is really an item that the council will need to hash out. And we're pretty neutral on this on the recommendation, other than just encouraging you to be competitive.
So just for the record, the cost of living adjustment is separate currently from merit raises
Yes.
based on performance.
Yes.
Okay.
Merit is totally a different world. Cost of living adjustment is intended to reflect flat out the change of cost of living. So if a gallon of milk costs $2 one year and $2.25 the next year, the COLA is intended to basically give that employee the same purchasing power. That's what its intentions are.
Okay,
With that, it's
discussion.
council's court.
I guess I have some comments. Sure. Okay. I appreciate the information in the memo. But I think it's hard for us to surmise what other cities may or may not do for 2025 because it hasn't been determined by Fargo, West Fargo, or Moorhead, my understanding is. And I think we've all seen in the news, there has been a lot of discussion about COLA, especially in Fargo, probably in West Fargo too. And we don't even know what Moorhead's proposing for 2025. So I think if we want to do a comparison, if that's what we're looking at doing here, I think we have to look at information that's actually confirmed, and that would be looking at 2020 to 2024. And when I look at those numbers, I have Horace at 12.5, Fargo at 11, and you add employees received a $1,000 bonus in 2021 of that year. I don't know if you want to try to assign a balance or assign a value to that. If you did a 1.5, I don't know if that's high or low, 12.52. West Fargo 10, and it looks like there was a market adjustment with, I don't know if are we to assume there was no COLA raise that year because it was a market adjustment, or do we know?
None that I could find.
Okay, I mean, even if you want to assign a value to that of 2%, then that would be 12. Moorhead, 13.5, Cass County 16, 23. So if you compare them like that, we exceed or are the same as West Fargo and Fargo during this time frame. Moorhead's ahead of us by 1% during this time frame, and Cass County was ahead of all cities with one extraordinary increase that they did in 2022. And I did have a couple questions in the memo for Fargo. I mean, unless I am looking at the information incorrectly, when I total it, I come up with 15.5, not 16 plus bonus. I guess I'm not sure.
16 is probably in there from when it was a 5%.
5% for what, 2025?
Their original preliminary budget reflected 5%.
Okay, so if you look at 2020 to 2024, it's actually 11% for Fargo. And then Moorhead, I had 13.5, not 14 on the numbers. I wasn't sure, I thought maybe I was missing some of the information, or I wasn't looking at it correctly.
That may have been a rounding from Excel.
Yeah, basic math,
Okay.
3% times 4 years plus 1.5 is 13.5, so, yeah.
13.5, yeah, okay, all right. And then just to throw in for food for thought, it looks like federal employees this year are receiving a 2% raise that's proposed in the federal budget. In my research, federal employees don't receive COLA raises. COLA discussions at federal employee level, as mentioned, is allocated to retired federal employees. So it's my understanding that the 2% suggested for wage increases for active federal employees comprises their entire wage increase proposal for 2025. So, I mean, I guess my point is I think it's a little broad brush, in my opinion, when we look at this information versus as a whole. We have to remember, like Sarah mentioned, that COLA is only one side of a person's wage increase. And it's hard to compare or actually almost impossible to compare between cities because our pay structures are different. What distinguishes us from Fargo and West Fargo is they use step programs, step payment systems, from what I can understand. It was in the news a lot lately. And I certainly don't know all the details of their step programs, but what was reported, that Fargo step program tops out at a certain number. I think they said 11 years, meaning at the beginning of year 12, their employees only receive wage adjustments of the COLA. But Horace does not operate under that system. We have yearly COLA and yearly merit-based increases every year, regardless of years of service. So that's a significant difference, in my opinion, in compensation processes between cities. To assume Horace's pay is falling further and further behind other cities just based on this information is a misnomer, in my opinion. It's only one aspect of our compensation. I did a little quick math. I estimate on average, our employees over the last 5 years have received 27.5% increase in their wages when you add in 12.5% COLA, along with a yearly merit-based increase, which I estimated to be on average an additional 15%, some less, some more. So a total of 27.5% on average increase. And I know that these are difficult decisions and discussions, and I am very proud of our employees. I know they work very hard and they're very dedicated to the city, and that's evident in what they do every day. And it's important to me that they're fairly compensated. But we provide good benefits, contribution to retirement programs, and I think we give substantial and meaningful wage increases every year. But the decisions have to be balanced with fiscal responsibility. I actually had a really good discussion with a few staff members a few months ago about wages and compensation. The conversation came up because I heard that there were comments of a perception that employees were significantly underpaid in their roles. And that concerned me. I don't want that. But I had good conversation, and I was assured that all city positions are fairly and adequately compensated. If there was a position that was underpaid, to me, COLA is not the place to do it. That would be addressed in a merit compensation. And it is very important for me that our employees are fairly compensated. I think I could support a 2% COLA for 2025 along with the merit-based increase. I think we absolutely would accomplish that. That would likely be an estimated 32.5% increase in wages over 6 years. I suspect the vast majority of taxpayers and residents can only dream of those wage increases. Those are my thoughts.
Others?
I find that, whoa, do I have any ink on my face?
No, you're good.
Goodness sakes, I'm all covered in ink. I find those numbers over a 5-year span to be very eye-opening. It's very high, in my opinion, when you start looking at that and then comparing to Fargo. I mean, they, like you mentioned with the STEP program that they have, where they don't necessarily get a merit increase once they hit that certain threshold. Lost my train of thought. Fargo. And we don't do that. And I don't know what our longevity, I think we have longevity with our employees here. So I agree with you, Stephanie. I feel like it's very important to compensate our staff. I feel like we really do go out on a limb for them. I mean, we had a conversation a few years ago on taking on more of a responsibility with their healthcare benefits. Thank you. I'm sorry, you guys. It's been a long day. With their healthcare benefits, I mean, we are paying massive amounts of that, and frankly, that's a benefit in itself, because I was paying for my own health insurance over $1,000 a month just to have my health insurance benefits, and that was my own out of pocket. So there's no way that the employees are paying anywhere near that, frankly, I would like to see exactly what we are paying and what the employees are paying. And I know each of that is different for everybody, considering they have families, and some don't have their families on there, but it's a big compensation. It's a benefit in itself. So, yeah, it's very eye-opening, I guess, just to hear the large average increase over a certain amount of years. Yeah. I don't know what you guys think about that. But.
Rachel?
Well, this is the first time that I'm interacting with a system like this. I have been a teacher, and so we have a STEP program, and it does, each column is for level of education, and it bottoms out. You can't, I don't know, after 15 years, unless you have grad school credits, or you could maybe even liken it to a promotion, it encourages you to want to get a promotion to change lanes so that you wouldn't stay in a position. So I'm constantly sort of drawing this comparison. I like the idea of going to a STEP program in many ways for the city because it's more objective. I understand the sliding scale, but there just seems to be more. The STEPS situation is just so much more transparent for residents and for us to see exactly what people are earning. I can't quite wrap my mind around this 1 to 5% increase every year, plus the COLA. I also don't mind the 3% in a lot of ways. I think it sends a positive message. We're not talking $15,838. If it's sending a message that our employees are appreciated, I think only 1/3 of our employees live in Horace, and so they have this extra expense as well to even get out here. It would cost the city a lot of money to lose people. They would be paying overtime, trying to find people if they lost certain positions. So I'm all ears, and I respect all of your opinions. I've had a lot of conversations too with Brenton about it, and I'm just learning about the system. I'm open to 3%. I'm not opposed to that. I've only had positive interactions with everybody that works at the city.
I agree with your sentiment about, taking care of the employees, but, rewarding them for, driving into work or whatever. But really this is a COLA. So that should really be focused on their merit. In my opinion, this is strictly like cost of living. So when I think about wage increases, like those kinds of things, like yes, you come to work every day, you answer the phones, you answer the residents, you do a great job, thank you. To me, that's more of a merit increase. But COLA is strictly, in my opinion, just based on economic concerns. And I mean, I don't want to discredit the economy that we're in right now. However, I don't think that the average person in the real world even gets a COLA raise at all. There are many industries that don't provide COLA raises. I honestly don't remember the last time I ever got a COLA raise. My raises have always been based on merit. So I think that having a COLA raise besides your merit raise is a perk. And I understand there are different industries because we have, I always hear, well, we're the private sector versus the public sector, and I understand that. So
In the private sector, do they wrap in COLA and merit and just call it merit, I think?
I don't know. I mean, I would say not in my case.
Okay.
I was in the medical field for over 15 years, and there were many years that I never even got a merit increase because hospitals are on a tight budget.
Mm-hmm.
So I would tell you that, yeah, I mean,
So school districts too, every year you work there, you jump down one, and then for extra education, you move over one. And every couple years, they adjust the entire scale to have higher numbers for COLA. So it is a little bit more similar to the matrix system that has been rolling around in the city, which I think has how much every year that you would work here, if it was going to the matrix system, it would be like 2.5% merit.
Yeah, ballpark.
Okay, Sarah?
Well, I appreciate the amount of time that you put into coming up with those statistics and figures. That's extremely helpful, and it provides some insight for those of us that have been on council for some time. I'm a huge proponent of the STEP program. I wanted a STEP program last year, and unfortunately we didn't get to it with other priorities, obviously, in our growing city, but I think we as a council really need to consider that to make this process a little more transparent and fair in my mind. I did some just basic research of my own, and just while I'm sitting here, I pulled up the current annual inflation rate today, like as of this today, business close, and it was 2.9%, which I thought was interesting. And then I looked up the federal inflation rate, so the Fed's inflation rate, not just our region, and that actually says that the inflation is at 2.5%, not far above its 2% target, which is the goal, right? We want to stay at 2% or less federally. And so I see the budgeted amount at 3%, well within, this range. I do believe that we're a smaller community, and we have some people doing a number of different jobs. And so I want to encourage that, and I want to be grateful to our hardworking employees, which Stephanie and Naomi and Rachel have all acknowledged that we think our employees are amazing, and we're grateful for the hard work that they do. I could go 2%, 3% in line with that line of thinking. I'm not opposed to the 3% budgeted right now either way, but I think these are good numbers, and I would encourage us as a council to really look at a STEP program. I think there's something to be said for longevity, years of service, that loyalty goes a long way, and it minimizes the amount of money that we have to spend on retraining and those types of things. When in several positions in our city, we have people that have built relationships with neighborhoods in our community and different individuals, and I think that's worth something. So when I look at that, I'm on the higher end of things, but I also learned something tonight. I was not aware of the overall impacts over the last several years, and I do believe that there are differences between cost of living, obviously, and merit. And I'd like to see a STEP program that incorporates both and is a little more upfront so everybody understands what they're getting and it's not as subjective. I feel sometimes like we're on a platform up here and employees interpret how we feel about them because of the way we vote one year or another on a cost of living adjustment, and that's not the case. We simply look at what the rates are today, what's reasonable, and the merit raises are left up to the management and the staff and obviously the mayor, holder of the HR portfolio, to determine based on performance. So I'm comfortable either way. 2 to 3% I think is fair for this year based on the information there. Obviously I lean just a little bit higher, but not opposed to what the majority feels here.
And I got, as the person in charge of the HR portfolio, I'd like to remind the council that we are a very lean staff. Losing anybody would be a pretty significant blow to our staff, just because we're trying to compare to much larger cities who have departments instead of just one person running the entire department, like you might have here in Horace. So please keep that in mind. I have to, I shouldn't say I have to, but I've had the privilege of sitting on a lot of interview calls to replace employees or to add staff. That does take a significant amount of time. It does take a significant amount of time to retrain staff that we bring in. And based on the numbers that Matt has said earlier, keep that in mind. When we post an ad for a new member of staff or replacing staff, those costs, the costs of interviewing, however many people have to sit in on interviews to make sure we find the right person, because I know we don't just hire just to hire. We actually go through a lot of interviews to make sure that they will be a good fit here in Horace. I ask that you guys keep all that in mind before you guys make your motion.
I guess, thank you for your comments. I mean, I agree with everybody's sentiment here, but I guess I don't understand why, when we start talking about keeping employees, why what does that have to do with a COLA?
Competing with neighboring
That has
cities
everything to do with a
for jobs.
merit. So for me, I would be more offended if my merit increase was 1%, because then I'm looking at my boss like, oh, I'm not valuable, what am I not doing well at? But a COLA is really, in my opinion, a cost of living that has nothing to do with your, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I want to make sure that we're understanding, because we aren't in the STEP program, a COLA is a COLA, a merit is a merit. I want to make sure that we understand that, because I don't want an employee thinking that a COLA is a way of showing good faith of you're a fabulous employee. I want that to be their merit raise, and if we have conversations about a STEP program in the future, that's fine. But for today's conversation, just talking about a COLA, I say this every year, I have nothing against having a COLA raise. I have nothing against it. It maybe sounds like I do. But I want to be careful that we're not just saying, we want to keep you, so we're going to give you a COLA. No, we want to keep you. We're going to fairly compensate you with your merit raises. You do a great job. We want you here. We appreciate the hard work that you do. That's where your raise should be in your head. That's my opinion, and it maybe is because I come from the private sector and this is completely different, but I find it very difficult when I hear people say, well, we got to make sure we keep these employees over a COLA raise. No, I want to keep them over a merit raise, because I want them to know that we appreciate them. They're going to get the merit raise that they deserve. A COLA raise is
So it sounds like we're within 1%
Right.
overall, which is pretty close, so I propose to meet in the middle. We've got a inflation at 2.5% per a day ago on ABC News. Looks like that's pretty solid. It looks like we've got a 2.9% annually, and that's on a separate website. I mean, it sounds like you're not comfortable going 3%. I know, I think 2% is a little low, so I think we maybe meet in the middle.
I support that.
How does everyone
I
feel
support
about that?
that.
I'm at the 2. I mean, I pointed out in these numbers that we're actually exceeding or the same as the other cities when you go from 2020 to 2024. And even if you go to 2025 with the adjusted numbers, I just think, I agree with what Naomi said too about evaluation on the merit side of it. But even with that, I mean, a 2% COLA raise is a very substantial increase in salary, as I pointed out in the numbers. So I think it's fully supportive.
What were the numbers that you threw out, Matt? It's 15,838 per percent, one way or the other. So
Correct.
it's a difference between 30,000 and 45,000 per percentage.
Naomi, your point in keeping them separate and just making this about inflation and then merit about performance and how you feel that your employer, is
Values
compensating
you,
you, values you.
appreciate-
I
appreciates
think
you.
then it does, I agree with you, and then I could see us wanting to then follow those inflation rates, like the federal inflation rate, the current annual inflation rate. I found a similar one, I guess, when I was looking, it was 2.9 is what I had found.
Different sources are
Different-
citing
yeah,
different.
and I'm sure different
Yeah.
amounts of time and.
Yep, and I've got 2.5 for the federal as of a day ago, and as of right now,
The inflation rate.
I have 2.9.
Inflation.
Okay, any other discussion?
And that's overall, that's the US inflation rate, 2.89%, compared to 2.97 last month and 3.18% last year.
I'm sorry, say again?
It says the US inflation rate is at 2.89% compared to 2.97% last month and 3.18% last year, all of last year. And this is for 2025, yes?
Mhm.
So it's trending down,
Mhm.
which is good, that's a positive.
Mhm.
So I'm on board with going with that.
2 point, what are you saying, 2.8 or 2.9?
2.89 is where they're at for the United States overall. If you just go federally,
What are you proposing, 2.8?
I was proposing a meet in the middle of 2.5.
Oh, 2.5.
Yep.
If we're split, I mean, I think what you're saying reinforces more 3 in my mind, but I would be willing to go 2.5 too, to find some common ground up here.
Okay, I'll let somebody make a motion.
I'll make a motion for 2.5% COLA for fiscal year 2025 for the city of Horace.
Got a motion, any
I'll
further
second
discussion on the
that.
motion?
No.
Okay, Rich, you said just second?
Yep.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries.
And I would like to see work done on a STEP program moving forward. I think we as a council need to come together and push that a little bit because the subjectivity is just not something I like to see.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
I'm open.
I'm open.
Appreciate it.
Would you like to see a formula for COLA? I proposed that in the past for the council. Last
Honestly,
couple of years, and the feds, they follow, federal side, they do different formulas. I believe, Matt, you found the county has formula, or they follow the same thing. You could do an average of the consumer price index, CPI, the second quarter. The feds, we use the third quarter, we do second because we can't, the third quarter isn't complete when we're doing our
I'd like to
budget.
see some research on
Okay.
all of the above, if that's there. And honestly, Stephanie, I was so impressed with the information that you brought
Mhm.
tonight. I would love it if you would take a lead role in working with the mayor and Brenton
On this?
on
Yeah.
the COLA, because
Yeah, I can.
you really highlighted some things that I wasn't aware of previously, and
Yeah.
and although we went just a 0.5% higher, I think there's some credit that needs to be given for the amount of information that you put together in this time.
No, don't, thank you. Yeah. No, I sure can do that. On its face, I don't know that I would be interested in being buttoned down into a specific formula every year. I think it's much more fluid than that, as I think the research supports. So,
And I
but
think
I
you've
sure,
got a great basis
I
for
sure
it.
can do that if you'd like.
The COLA piece or the entire STEPS program?
Well, Stephanie, what would you be open to? I mean, this is a pretty large undertaking, and any one of us would be
Yeah, I
more
mean,
than
maybe
happy
we
to
should
sit
just
down.
leave it at the COLA evaluation at this point. We can maybe discuss further. Or what do you think, Rachel?
Yeah, no, I think Branson does have the beginning of a really good STEPS program from our conversations, and I think that would be worth us all looking at.
Okay.
Yep.
Moving on to number 10, I believe Jim, you have this one.
I do, Mr. Mayor and Council. So what we have is developers reimbursement request number 1 for Water Sewer Storm and Street Improvement District 2024-3 Deer Creek Estates second and third editions. So that project was designed by the developer's engineer, not the city of Horace. The developer, Deer Creek Estates LLC, has requested reimbursement for design engineering and would like to be reimbursed through the Special Assessment District. They have provided invoices and supporting documentation that was attached to your memo. In the past, invoices for design engineering and plan preparation have been eligible for reimbursement through the Improvement District. Preliminary planning, feasibility, and plotting services have not been reimbursable. So the invoices that were supplied by the developer, they did mark them up and highlight the invoices and tasks they felt were eligible for reimbursement, and then struck out those that they didn't feel were eligible. So I went through and I reviewed all of their invoices and all of their tasks that they had with that, and they had submitted $215,026.56. After review, I had $214,757.06. There were a couple in there that were feasibility. There was one for a sanitary lift station that there isn't on the site, and then the other one was there was some plating stuff in there. So I just struck out whatever the little difference was. So this would be put in, run through the district, and then reimbursed through the developer.
Questions?
No, I don't want to belabor this, but I would like to also take a look at this and why we do this. What is the benefit to have them do it versus us do it? Who else would do it? What's the benefit?
I think there's a belief that they get a better deal, or they have more control over it if it's a developer within there. Or they get going on it quicker. Maybe that's another thing. I don't know. I think it's worth a discussion to have, to be honest, but I don't know if we do it.
I mean, there's a lot of time that we just go through and highlight invoices and try to figure out what's what, and I don't understand why
Without an agreement, yeah.
we do this when we don't have to. So, for this case, obviously, yes, the reimbursement's in place, let's continue forward with that. But I would also like to add that to a future agenda, Brenton, that we take a second look at this reimbursement policy that we have and determine if we really want to proceed forward with it if it's necessary.
Do you mean like maybe we wouldn't reimburse if they utilized other?
Yeah, we
Okay.
wouldn't have to. I mean, a lot of
Okay.
the stuff that they're doing here is stuff that is already provided or can be provided
Okay.
by the
Yeah.
city. And the additional work is really unnecessary, and I think the rates of all the engineering firms are fairly close, so I don't know if there's really a deal being struck here, and it's taking our staff that much more time to go through and review all these invoices and do all that. Why are we doing that?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't think we need to do it twice. I think we can just look at it and determine if it's really a necessity or not. But for this, I have no issue.
And so Sarah probably knows more than I do. So the costs that we are allowing, those are standard costs that we would allow
Yes.
in a district, right? Okay.
Yep,
Right, that was my only question.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, so Jim, what are you looking for, a motion here?
Motion to
You want,
approve the request.
Yeah, no, I'll make a motion to approve this request. I see no issue with that.
I got a motion, do I got any for discussion on the motion? Can I get a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Then to number 11, various final asphalt pavement lifts.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, as we talked a little bit about during the consent agenda, this was the final pavement lifts, the Southdale Farms first, third, and Lost River fifth. They were bid as a complete project, as a 3-section project. This one pertains only to section number 1, which was the Southdale Farms first edition. So during construction, before we put the final lift on and make sure that we can get on all the utility appurtenances, get in the manholes, raise the gate valve covers, raise the manhole covers. While they were checking, once they raised the manhole cover, or the gate valve covers, once they went to check to make sure they get on them with their wrench, there was a damage underneath that wasn't seen from the surface. It wasn't caused by this contractor. It was done previously in the past, or a snowplow or something had hit it.
Yep.
So the contractor straightened out those gate valves so the city could get on those. There's an amount here, $4,152 for that work. No
Okay.
point in fixing a gate, or you have to fix a gate valve to get on it, otherwise there's no point in having a gate valve down there.
So you want to have A and B separate then?
Yes, because B is different than A. So A would be the first thing, just recommending approval of the change order in the amount of $4,152 to the Southdale Farms first addition section of that project.
Okay.
I can make a motion to approve change order 1 for the various final asphalt pavement lists, Southdale Farms.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. 11A passes. Go ahead with number B, or letter B.
The project is complete. Project has been reviewed by city staff, so what we have is the certificate of substantial completion. The contractor has completed their task, like I said, and the walkthrough has been done with city staff. As typical, we bring this certificate of substantial completion to the city council and the city, along with the final punch list items. We had a couple things in here. Switch valve covers to say sewer on the force main valve cluster. Water as usual, flip them around. Install added post-mounted stop sign per plans. I believe that has been done since this was done 2
Yes,
weeks
it's in
ago.
there.
Lower gate valves, and then broken gate valve cover. So there's pretty minor things, and remove some traffic control. So pretty minor things to be done between the substantial completion and the final completion. So
Okay, so you're looking for a motion for
motion to
approval?
approve the substantial change order. Or not the substantial change order, certificate of substantial completion.
So, I want to question the date on this
Okay.
certificate. The Lost River work may have been done by July 29th, but under no circumstances was the Southdale Farms work done by then.
I'm so glad you can keep track.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, thank you.
So I just want to make sure that that date is accurate, because July 29th, I know that I had been out there and I made a phone call and texted that day because we had traffic control issues and I was in touch with the sheriff. So I need you to double check the date
I can do that.
on that substantial completion. I have no problem approving this with a confirmation of that date for Southdale Farms. And Jim, I'll look that up after the meeting because I have
Okay.
text and email correspondence on that.
Yeah, I can ask the project manager to do, yep. So I guess we would entertain a motion to accept it contingent upon that date being
Contingent upon
verification of
agreement
that date.
with the completion date.
You want to make that motion then, Sarah?
Yes, I will make that motion to accept the certificate of substantial completion contingent on verification of the date.
Okay, got a motion, I got a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. 11B passes. Number 12, County Road 17, 52nd Avenue to 76, transportation analysis. Brenton, between you and Naomi, you guys.
I hate to say it, I'd probably turn the torch over
All
to
right.
you on this one quite a bit.
Well, you guys are gonna
but-
have to bear with me, because I'm just little Naomi who lives on 3rd Street, okay? So you guys bear with me on this. I really just wanted to get a feel from the council on how we feel about pausing on a few things in town. Not stopping, pausing. Just so that we can regroup, ensure that we're being proactive, not reactive, with our growth and concerns that might be coming up. I want to be able to grow sustainably, and not completely at the detriment of existing residents. I have had residents reaching out to me for years, and you know, I share some of their concerns with some of the things that have been talked about. One being safety of County Road 17. I want to know your guys' thoughts. Do you guys have concerns with roundabouts and the lack of warrants for traffic signals, with proposed high-density mixed use, commercial? How can we do safe left-hand turns? We just had the Vision Zero gal here, you know, talking about safety, which I thought was interesting to add to my conversation. So how do we have safe left-hand turns without signals, high traffic, once we're completely developed out with all these high-density areas? Do we allow left-hand turns? We currently have a lot of infrastructure needs within town that I'm not fully feeling like I have a grasp on. I know that there are lots of existing developments in town that are being socked with 5 districts at a time. Is that feasible? I don't know. I'm concerned that I personally feel like when we're just approving without really having all the puzzle pieces, I feel like I don't have all the puzzle pieces. And that's really scary to me because I don't know the implications to one, existing residents, to infrastructure, going to Fargo, those kinds of things. Our CIP, I don't feel like I have a good grasp on our CIP.
What is CIP?
Capital
Improvement Plan.
There was an article in the paper, Jim, you said, how do we do it all? How do we build it all at the same exact time? I'm a little bit concerned that we're not being proactive in certain things. Currently, we're doing a downtown study. What is council's priority? Like, where are we gonna focus? Businesses, commercial, where do we wanna see things progress? Instead of like pockets. I'm concerned about that. I don't know if you guys are concerned about our level of bonded debt. I kind of am. What else do I have here? Can we do a better job of growing at a sustainable rate where it's not feeling like we're all overwhelmed, right? I want to keep safety in mind. I want to keep the residents that have been here for a long time. I understand that I hear from residents, I don't know about you guys, but I hear from residents that say, I can't afford to be in 5 districts at a time. I just can't do it. I'm concerned about that. And I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I'm not in Jace's world. I never went to college to be a city planner. But I'm wondering if we can look at, my main concern right now is County 17 between 76 and up by Deer Creek. That is one of my big concerns right now. And the reason I say that is because I'm having a difficult time envisioning the expansive growth with this corridor, and I don't know what is safe. We have our 2045 comp plan, we have our ordinances, that's great, but are we setting ourselves up for success? Are we making sure that the road is going to be safe? How are we going to do left-hand turns? We have these roundabouts, and now you're going to have all these pockets of high-density areas along with businesses. And I don't know, what is your guys' priority for developing? Where do we want to focus to make our community feel safe, small town feeling, I guess. So I'm open to kind of discussing. I would like to propose that any new development that is being approved by council on County 17 up there, I would like them to do a traffic study. I want them to do that. That would be one of my goals for them. I don't know the total difference between a corridor study, corridor analysis, any other options that are available. I'm not quite sure because I have a lot that I'm encompassing here. I'm kind of all over the board, I apologize. I'm just kind of going over some of my concerns that my constituents have, along with myself. You know, are there any other options? I know County 17 is kind of like where I'm a little bit nervous. But we have a lot of other arterial roads that are going to be going in, and how do we ensure that we're planning appropriately and setting ourselves up for success and keeping the residents at our forefront? Because I don't know about you guys, but I really want to look back at my time on council and be proud of what I did for the residents, what I did for my community, and look at the development and say, that is beautiful, that is so great that we have that there. I don't know, I just kind of want to have this candid conversation with you guys, and I don't know if I put it on the agenda correctly. Forgive me, but this is kind of where I'm starting, because I'm not saying I want to stop growth, and for all of the people out there that always think that about me, that is not the case. I want to see growth in Horace, but I want it to be sustainable and something that everyone enjoys and is proud of. And I feel very overwhelmed with not having all of the puzzle pieces that we need, and I feel like we need to really work at that. And I'm open to conversation, I'm open to hearing your ideas on how we can move forward. And I'm sorry that was very long-winded.
I think it's excellent, and I appreciate your candor and your heart into trying to explain something that has so many different technicalities and steps. So I can help you with a couple of those.
Okay.
As the head of the infrastructure portfolio, we do a lot of infrastructure planning. And Jim and I are actually due for an update coming up here in Q4. So I will make sure that I invite you to that update so that you can learn some about what we're discussing on the regional growth as far as our sewer, our water, our lift stations, things of the like for that. And I think that will be helpful to you, and then we can carry that to council. Jim, I know you and I do that every quarter. We get together and kind of talk about it. In our terminology, right? But we need to break this down so that everybody understands it. I share your sentiment where there are residents that are definitely feeling construction fatigue, is what I will call it.
Yeah.
They're frustrated. They feel like everything's under construction. It doesn't help that we have the county and the city of Fargo coming in and tearing up roads and blocking access, and people feel like they can't get anywhere, and then they see entire new neighborhoods getting put next to them, and they're overwhelmed, right? So I think what you're asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a couple different things that we're talking about here. So there's a traffic study, which is a very localized, very centralized item that can be done by developers or other parties in relation to when a development is being put on or next to an adjacent road, right? They're fairly reasonable. They give us some traffic counts, they give us some information. Jim can elaborate on more what a traffic study does, but just nutshelled, it's the simplest, easiest way to look at what an impact a development's gonna have on the road. Then there's a corridor analysis, which is kind of the next step, right? And that actually looks at a whole portion of the corridor and how designated areas along that corridor will impact that corridor in relation, again, to traffic counts and things. It's the next step. It's a bigger puzzle piece, right? And there's more technical terminology, again, Jim, with a corridor analysis, but long story short, it's the numbers, and it costs a little more. Then you get into a corridor study, right? Which is the overarching planning concept. So City of Fargo does a corridor study for 52nd Avenue, for 32nd Avenue, for 45th Street, certain sections, right? How will the growth along this corridor impact adjacent land? How will development of adjacent land next to this corridor impact traffic patterns and things of that nature? So those are, in layman's terms, the three biggies. Jim, am I missing any?
I think you should look at intersections too. because that seemed to be in your discussions with safety and turning movements and all that.
Yeah.
Right.
It has to do with level of service at intersections. So if you look at, pick one, Christensen Boulevard, Southdale Farm funnels to Christensen Boulevard and comes out. Sunnyside is 68th.
Yep.
We've got 70th is another one for Southdale Farm. 70th is proposed for Suncrest. So I think that the operation or the intersection analysis is maybe more of what you're leaning to, just for those
Yes.
safety and
Yep.
those left-hand turns. And
Yep.
I don't want to. I've
But
heard from
can
a
I-
lot of people that.
Can I just ask though, if you do an intersection study, what, like, okay, so then you get the findings, does that impact, and like, does that impact what we approve? Does that impact?
Oh, yeah.
So we would be able to say, that's way too dense for this corner, that's, I mean,
We'd be able to compare it against DOT
Yep.
regulations. 'cause
And
that's
there are
still-
levels of
17 is still a
service.
county road, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
for now.
For now.
For now. And there are levels of service that intersections and roadways function at. It's no different than a freeway exit, off-ramp and on-ramp. There's level of services that they have, there's level of service. And as it gets more and more use, the level of service goes down, 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 and you get to a point where you have to do something about that. So the level of service of the intersection, I think, is going to be important on a lot of those streets where these more compact, more dense developments are going to funnel to, and ultimately go back to 17, because that's the main north-south right now.
So
There
write
just
down,
isn't another one.
write down these two things.
So
Intersection
intersection study.
analysis, it's an analysis, not a study.
Oh,
So
okay.
intersection analysis and level of service. Those two things are what Jim's referencing, and that's a little more detailed,
Yep.
right? Specific, even more so than just a traffic study. So what I think you're asking for, and correct me if I'm misspeaking, but with the amount of thoughts that you have, I
I
think.
have a lot.
You do, and it's good, it's good. It's good, but I'm trying to break it down and piece it into something that's actionable, which I think we can do as a council, in conjunction with city staff and our engineering and legal partners, is to really understand where you want to start. So I think we start at the intersection
I
analysis
think that's,
and the level of service. We can request a traffic study from the development that you were directly referencing as the, is it Suncrest?
that's the one that I, if
Well,
north
I
of
think they're the
76
only
is that
one
one, it's
that's
Suncrest, and then
really
there's.
on
That's
the
the only one
docket.
that we know about right
And
now.
Southdale Farms 9th is gonna come off of Christensen, so
Yeah.
we know that's coming down the line.
So we may want to look at that, but that could be a broader thing. And then I think we should discuss more in depth, and I think we can work together on this, not necessarily solve it tonight, but work together in the next couple weeks to come up with a timeline for what's appropriate when. So obviously, we would want to look at those things specific for the new developments that are coming.
Timeline of developing?
Well,
Or-
a timeline of the developments that are potentially coming that we know about, which are not all public knowledge right now, so we
Yeah.
can't bring those up here. But also, the timeline of when a corridor study would make sense, if one makes sense. And I think that there's a good possibility that it does, based on the descriptions of what we're hearing would potentially be coming. So I think maybe we look at the traffic studies specific to the developments coming. In this case with Suncrest, the intersection analysis certainly. Whether it be a corridor analysis or a corridor study, we would need to determine a
So
timeframe.
typically, those have been done in conjunction with MetroCog.
Correct.
So that's 17, Brendan, do you remember? That one, the last one was veterans, and that got extended to 100th.
Yep.
Quarter
Yep.
study
And
when
then
it
17
actually got extended going north and south, so it went from 40th Avenue in West Fargo to 100th.
So if you really
And then-
want some reading material, I do have a southwest area transportation plan that, if you want my copy, you can have it for a while. It's
Okay.
about this thick. That's why I say I won't print it
Do
for
you
you.
have any like colored tags of what?
I have not gone through and tagged that one.
No.
Okay.
What year is it from?
It is from
2017.
three or four.
Oh.
It's a little ways away.
We
Southwest area.
actually
That one was
do
done
have a recent
before.
corridor study from 76th Avenue, which you might.
Yep,
find.
76th Avenue
I
was
looked it
one
up.
on COG, and so did Veterans as well.
Veterans and 76 are two we've done here.
There was a ton of work put into that southwest area, southwest
Yeah, I'll
metro.
take it, Jen.
It's,
So, I wonder if, Jim, we couldn't work with city staff on getting a timeline to Naomi and council to help alleviate some of these concerns. I think it's there. I think right now, we're all feeling the construction fatigue. We're feeling that these developments are coming very quickly, and as if there's a possibility that we may not be adequately preparing or just not communicating the preparation efforts for what is to
Yeah.
come. And that goes down to your comments where you talked about sewer and water
Yeah.
and how are we gonna support these developments and whatnot. I know that there are plans in the works. The Flush to Fargo thing is in discussion, obviously. We've got some preliminary work that's been done on the sewer line, and we have funding set aside from both the diversion funding and potentially looking at the prairie dog funds. So there are some things in place, but getting that all to you in not books that aren't this thick
Right.
to overwhelm you is gonna take a little bit of time. So let's do that. And I wanna know what else we haven't discussed,
I
because
mean,
I think.
I want the developers to know, like, I really appreciate them. This is in no way, shape, or form, like, a punishment. Like, this is really, like, this is our community, and I wanna make sure that we're not dropping any balls here.
Right.
And we owe it to the residents.
We do.
So,
Naomi, I feel like you brought up two things, the infrastructure and safety, which it does sound like you guys you're hashing out the most effective way to analyze all that. But I also think you're talking about the vision, which is something you brought
Yeah.
up, I think at my first meeting when you talked about wanting to revisit the comp plan. So I don't know if it piggybacks off the downtown study, and I don't know the timeline of that, and if it's something more broad, like, that analyzing how downtown would be used, and then after that, thinking about the different directions.
well, right, I guess that's what I'm asking for your guys' priorities. I mean,
Like,
Jace
could we?
is working really hard on a downtown plan right now. It's been really fun, to be in those meetings, to actually see the fun side of planning.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed it, and, I really don't know where, like, what are your guys' priorities as far as, like, what do you see? Like, where do you want businesses to start? You know, like.
Right. That's why we have the 2045 comprehensive plan, and it's not
I
up
know,
to.
but I feel like we're just.
I know, it's not up to us guys, right?
No.
It's our whole community and the feedback we get from them. And so I think we need to start maybe paring that into specific areas and talking about what we know about those areas and what we can anticipate for those areas, so that Naomi and the rest of the people up here on council, including myself, have a little more of a comfort level for how that's all gonna come together. Right now, I think there's a general feeling that we're not focusing on one area or another, but rather the developments are coming in as they're platted, which is pretty standard, right? But we can help shape that, and as the portfolio holder of planning and zoning, you have the power to do that. So we can talk a little bit more about how that works and how you can help shape that with planning and zoning, and then couple that with what we have forthcoming on the infrastructure side. And I know that doesn't give you direct answers today, but it gives us a direction. And you and I can work together with our other members here, Jeff and Stephanie and Rachel, to help prioritize areas that you feel are gonna be hotspots moving forward based on the activity that you see coming to planning and zoning.
Quick question, like, would the city say that we want to see this % of this type of product, and then when a new neighborhood comes to be platted, we say, I'm sorry, we already have enough of that type of housing product? Because there was quite a bit of traction for larger lots when I was campaigning. People mentioned it quite a bit, that they would prefer to see a product that was, that a lot of people who have been in Horace for quite a while.
Rachel, I'll have some comments on that during my portfolio review. I also have received that feedback.
Yeah.
And I have some recommendations
Okay,
for
perfect.
council to chew on in the
Okay.
next couple weeks.
So, I guess Jace, she's kind of talking about what you and I talked about with, what's it called, what did we talk about the other day?
Form-based code?
Form-based code. I think that's maybe what you're talking about. I'm sorry, you guys, I don't know anything about the terminology.
It's okay, we're learning.
Form-based code, is kind of, I mean, I had a really great discussion with Jace on all of that. You know, I did reach out to a developer to see if I could visit with him on getting some ideas on how to, I don't know if I'm over speaking here, but maybe put some ideas in some developers' heads about being really proud of their developments and trying to make things, what's the word I'm looking for?
Aesthetically pleasing?
Yeah,
pleasing.
just, you know, trying to be,
Something we're proud of.
Unforgettable?
yeah, unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
You know, we don't want to be forgettable.
Right. I think you have some very valid points there. I appreciate you bringing it up, and I would, I'd love to work with you more on
Yeah.
it, because I think between planning and zoning and infrastructure with our staff and our engineering and legal teams, we can come up with something if you're open to that. And I would invite any others that have feedback and interest to please join us, because this will shape what our city looks like in the
Right.
future. And you're right, there are several of us that are sitting on council, and I'm getting the feeling too that it's overwhelming. And it would be nice to say, I did that, I was on council, I'm proud of that, right? And also partnering with our important development partners so that they too feel like they've really left a mark on our growing town. I think that's important.
Well, okay, so I guess I'm wondering if you guys would be okay with doing like a slight pause between those certain intersections I mentioned. Maybe we move forward with an intersection analysis.
Absolutely.
And would you guys be open to maybe just taking a quick breather between 76 and Deer Creek and just kind of looking at these intersection analyses?
Well, so
and-
that'll get done during your planning process.
That gets done during
Can-
the planning
okay.
process.
Or also until the downtown study is completed and there's a little
That's a good point.
revisiting of the comprehensive
Yeah.
plan.
Let's talk about the timeline of the downtown study. Maybe that would help us shed some light.
Spring 2025 is scheduled to be wrapped up.
Okay. And in the interim, we know that there's gonna be some plats potentially forthcoming in that north of 76 to Deer Creek neighborhood that I think a comfort level would be obtained by doing some intersection analysis to make sure that we're not impeding flows or anything like that. And there's nothing that says that we have to accept left-hand turns onto 17 either. You can do right in, right out.
Well,
So sometimes the safest left is a right.
Well, that's why I'm
Go
glad
round
you
and
brought
round
this
and
up.
go
Yeah.
north.
I mean, I think that it's very, very valuable information, and I'm perfectly, I think now's the time.
Right?
I mean, I think now's the time to
we're
do
going
it.
into fall.
Well, and just, there's no do-overs. I
No,
mean,
there's
there's no
not.
do-overs if we
Right.
allow the development, and then we're like, oh my gosh. I mean, I do have traffic flow concerns and implications in that area. It's already a high-trafficked area anyway. So I think it's a perfect time to do it. And you also brought up the sewer and the stormwater, which you kind of mentioned too. And we've batted that around too, of just needing to get our heads around the full scope of it. There's implications for the entire city. Current and new residents, I think we really need to make sure we understand all the implications before we move forward with more development. So I am in favor of it. I think it's a great idea.
So, I mean, Lucas, you say no need to pause.
Because what you're
I
trying to
mean-
figure out is what type of impact that development is having to do your study, and so you need the plat to
She
go
wants to
forward.
know not only one specific development,
No.
but what the vision for the entire corridor
Yeah.
will do.
Sure.
And I think it's because she's getting a lot of questions from residents. I know I've had several, we all have, my God,
Yeah.
we're getting hit, right? Because there's a lot going on in our community. And I think she just wants to have a little more information at her disposal to really talk intelligently about what is happening in this corridor, what the future planning is. Have we looked at? 1 million people are asking, how are we gonna get out onto Cheyenne? There's a development that's recently been brought to a neighborhood, hasn't come before the city yet. And a lot of people are talking about it. They're very concerned. And fortunately, we have a roundabout on 76th and we have a roundabout on 64th. So you want to talk about right hand is the easiest left-hand turn. They can make a right, swing right around legally and have very little impact to their traffic patterns. But that would be something we would want to distinguish because we are limited on where we can put signals due to such close proximity to the roundabouts for DOT requirements.
So I think what the council needs to consider is what type of study you want done, what type of, the analysis that you described as a study.
Correct.
What is it, and then direct either staff to do the corridor study, or if it's development specific, have them do a traffic study or the intersection study, whatever that is.
Well, can't we do all?
We
That's
can,
fair.
let's
It's up to the
take
council. I
one
mean,
step
this
at a
is-
time,
yeah.
because
Very
we
different
have.
price range.
What's that?
Very different price range.
Very different price ranges, yes.
Yeah, but if the developer is in charge of doing intersection analysis and a traffic study, really, isn't that on them? Wouldn't it be just our job to do,
And that's why I say,
Yeah.
what does the council want?
right?
You kind of have an idea. For the rest of them, this was just all brought up tonight.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's fair to
Do
make
you
any
want to have
decisions
additional
tonight.
conversations about what you'd like to see for the next council meeting specifically in relation to a timeline? Do you want time to discuss that, or do you
I
want
mean,
to?
I guess I'm open to that. If you guys want to think about this
Yeah.
and what you desire to do with that
I think
corridor.
I might want to just maybe do a little more research.
Me too. The form-based code, some new things to me.
And the different potential studies, so we can maybe make the best informed decision.
I mean,
Or what do you-
Rachel, I don't know
Councilmember
if you're.
Berkland, if I may still, that, the plat we're discussing that's been through a neighborhood meeting, that
Yeah.
will go to planning and zoning on September 10th, just giving you a heads up for that.
Yeah, see, and this is what I wanted. This is why I added this kind of last minute, was because I want to make sure that we're all comfortable with I mean,
This particular plat will add a volume of homes in one particular corner on 17, and there are some residents who are substantially concerned, along with some council members who are concerned about it. And it hasn't come to us yet, so we haven't had an opportunity to weigh in, but Naomi wants to be proactive, as do we all, in how we address that. And so I don't disagree with the intersection analysis or the traffic study on that particular development at this point in time, and we can determine what's best, whether it's handled through the developer or in conjunction with the city. We can talk about that. But I think that those are going to be, anytime we have a development that comes out onto County 17, I think that those items should be required so that we do have good information to give to our public regarding how these pockets of denser development may impact their daily routes.
And the council has done it before. You guys did it for requested traffic study for the schools, because
Yeah.
the large impact that the school system was gonna have on those roads. So it's not uncommon for the council to request traffic studies for specific developments because of certain concerns that the city has. So that's,
so, my thought just lost me, but it was important.
and Councilmember Berkland, the planning commission is your portfolio, so if they're discussing it on September 10th, you're obviously welcome to attend that meeting and discuss said concerns at that time too.
If you want me to come with you, let me know. Happy to help.
And, you know, Rachel, I think, I was talking to Jace, I don't think like going to a form-based code is something that is as easy as just saying we're gonna do
Right.
that, unfortunately. I asked if we could have like an in-between of what we currently do versus form-based, but again, it's kind of Jace's wheelhouse, and I didn't go to college for that, so. Anyways,
So
Okay.
you're questioning methodology?
no, she brought up form-based code on like vision of like what the corridor looks like.
Okay.
Is kind of what she was talking about with form-based code. And Jason and I just had a really great conversation about different things in planning and zoning, and so that's the only reason
Okay.
I know what that
Yeah.
is. But
Well, what is I think there's not probably a right answer to this, but what is the fine line between a landowner making decisions about the land they own, and then the city having a vision for what they want or what residents want who live there. It
Right.
is,
Right.
it is,
Financial,
What does that mean?
meaning if you deprive a property owner of their financial benefit of a piece of property, you qualify for a potential takings case. So the difference between what a city can tell someone to do versus what someone has the right to do is all financial.
A takings case?
Absolutely.
So if we say,
Explain.
we're not looking for just a quick question.
This is not a quick answer.
This is
And I really
not,
don't think
I'm
that we're gonna get
sorry,
into a
okay,
takings.
we don't have to, yeah.
We're not
we
gonna get
don't
into
have
a
to get all
takings claim
into it.
at
Okay.
8 o'clock on a Tuesday
I
night. But
do
essentially,
think-
if you deprive a property owner of a serious financial ability to do something with their property, the government can, without giving them just compensation, then it could be considered a taking. But it's what is the threshold of that financial
So you're
harm that
basically
you're doing
saying,
to that property?
the city really has no say in what
Not what I'm
something
saying,
looks
that's what
like?
I'm saying. It's not
The
a-
city does have a right to
Not a
control, but
quick
like,
debate.
yeah, it's not an easy.
Is it solely by planning and zoning? Is that basically how the city can control what goes where?
That's where it
the
starts.
primary
Well, so
tool.
you have your comp plan that people can look to say, okay, what is the city's future vision for this certain area? The city obviously wants to have this as lower density residential, or the city wants to have this for commercial.
Right.
And so that's something that guides potential development and I'd use that for a purpose. And then also your land use code, your ordinances that dictate, here are the various zoning districts that you have, here's the type of use that you can have, here's the size of the building, here are your setbacks, and so you can regulate it in that way. So what Jace brought up, and I wish he wouldn't have.
Sorry.
Is if you take so much away from that property that they cannot do anything with it anymore,
Right.
you have now taken away their ability to develop their property in a way that,
Well, I don't think council would be unreasonable.
I know, but that's like.
interpretations vary
Yeah.
between parties,
Yeah.
so.
All right, well, anyways.
Anyway, I meant it more theoretical, but thank you for the explanation.
I mean, so you're telling me I can't really just say, let's pause on the corridor?
No, not at
Not
all.
Or can we just, are you?
I'm saying I don't think it's necessary. I think it's consider what you guys actually want, and then let's do the studies,
Okay.
like you're saying, at what time do you want to do them? Because some of them can be done quicker and are more specific to development. The corridor study is something that's gonna take some time.
That's a whole
And-
different
Like,
animal.
how
And a
long?
city,
Like,
that's a Jay's question.
Well, when did we start the corridor study for downtown?
well, are you talking a
So-
corridor study versus a corridor analysis?
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying, it matters on
Right,
what does
and
the
I need
council
to
want.
understand, like, one, like, how long does that take? What are so,
That's why I think we need to have further discussion
Yeah.
and get a timeline put together. And I think you've got a lot of questions here, which are good, but I think we can address a good majority of them based on a bullet pointed timeline to say, okay, your concerns about this can be addressed through an intersection analysis and the level of service that's provided. This can be addressed by a corridor analysis. This can be addressed by a corridor study long-term. And when do those things happen? And I think that we can put something together fairly quickly on that, because we are due for a corridor study on 17. I really do believe that, based on some of what we see
I
before
know,
the
but
coming.
then, I guess my concern though is if we don't make a decision, then really, I mean, let's just say this other development comes forward on the 10th, the planning and zoning.
See what you're saying.
We're not gonna have time to do,
Right.
to implement as a council the study. That's my concern. Does,
Or you don't mean implement, you mean
Or-
indicate that this is what we're doing as an evaluation
yeah.
tool for the
Would you
corridor.
agree?
Well, what are you using this as a tool to delay?
No.
Okay.
No, not, I don't want to, it's not my intention to just say, I want to delay you because I want to delay you. I have serious concerns, as I laid out, with County 17. And what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be better to do the corridor study or analysis, whichever is decided, before that development was to come to council?
Well, that will be the case, because that development will get brought to planning and zoning on the 10th. Planning and zoning will make a recommendation, and then that recommendation will come to council. And all of these items, the intersection analysis, the level of service, all of that, are a part of the plating process. And
I mean, those
we
are all on
can-
the table. If it gets to city council and you don't feel that the information within staff report and the engineer memos I get from Jim are sufficient, you guys can request a table pending.
Okay.
Pending those items.
Okay, well, can we add the corridor analysis versus study to the next agenda then? Are you guys comfortable with that, if we have meetings with Jason?
Is that enough time?
Or do you
I-
need more time?
I would suggest that we work towards, within the next couple of meetings, have that conversation so we can gauge and kind of regroup with staff.
Get an idea of what an
Also,
RFP looks like for that as well.
I mean, there's a couple
We have
different
to write
variables tied,
a
there's some variables tied
all
to
that
this.
stuff. It's
Okay.
huge.
And the other thing too is.
I'm sorry, Jace, I
you're
don't mean to
gonna-
make your
You're gonna have
life.
a full agenda.
All this right here
You
is just,
understand why he got a little excited?
Yeah.
Because it does, there's a lot of steps to this, and it's not something that happens
But
overnight.
I also
Well,
don't
I
think
just
there's
thought you
any.
hired like
need
another
to
engineering firm and they just,
all right, we have
You
to
do
go
what
out
you
for
have to know what
proposals.
you're asking for. And so we have to delineate what we want them to study, all of the key factors, everything basically in an RFP. These RFPs can be pretty substantial. We don't just say,
okay.
do a corridor
So
study.
can I just assume that city staff will reach out to the council to kind of gauge their thoughts on what they would like to
We'll
see
get
in a study?
an idea together.
Okay.
Because we'll have to start putting together a draft RFP of what that's gonna look like, and that's gonna detail a lot of the information of what should be included or what needs to be
Yeah.
included, but it would be beneficial to have a conversation of what you guys would like out of that, because those items do get included in that RFP as
I'm pretty
task
sure that
items.
you can use the RFP that was submitted for 76th as a real good guide.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them that have been done through MetroCog and items that we've done, so.
And then we can make it specific. And is that something that we do? Is that something we have to approach the county on? There's some concern there.
Right, we gotta
We've got
ask that,
some-
and then are they, is MetroCog gonna look at that as a regional project and something they want under their wheelhouse?
Possibly. There's some things we have to discuss, so.
Okay, I'm open to that.
But we can start the ball rolling
Yeah.
with what that would look like and what parties need to be involved and the timelines associated with it. And in the interim, we can take a look at the impacts that this individual development would have, because we know about it, we know it's coming. And then if there's anything in the future, we will have a timeline for how that's going to be addressed.
Okay, I mean, are you guys in an agreement that that's something that we probably should do, or am I blowing it out?
No,
Oh, no,
Yeah, let's do it.
I completely agree.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, well then I'm good to go there. Sorry for the long discussion, everybody.
So I want to just, really quick, just so you reference, not to drag on discussion, it's just more of a reference, so you're aware, at staff level, we have met with MetroCog earlier this year and actually identified a corridor study of County Road 17 as a future project with MetroCog when they are looking for different project ideas to use up work program funds. We suggested, proposed that project, and it wasn't selected at the time, but it's something that we have proposed and threw up the idea to. It's not a new conversation of having an actual corridor study at 17, but it has been a topic brought up.
What
so.
sections were you looking at?
We suggested the whole corridor through
Okay.
Horace for conversation. So
And frankly, with some of what we're seeing potentially coming, that may
It's-
raise the order of priority for that particular study. So there might
It's-
be some additional
It's just,
discussion.
it's just, that's a big project.
It is.
Funds
It's a
don't
big
get
project.
used and
Right,
reprioritized.
the problem's gonna be the
Yeah.
funding, they're
Something
2027, 2028 before funding is available, if we were to go to the grant process to do that.
I think so.
Today. These are long, big things.
Yeah.
We'll talk more. We'll talk more.
But anyways, I
Okay.
just wanted to give you a quick heads up, so you're aware of past pushes for a corridor study by staff to.
We're going in the right direction, it's
Yeah.
just not quickly enough.
I feel like I should have asked for it like years ago.
Well, it's
I
been on the
didn't
radar.
realize it was that.
No, it's been on the radar for some time.
It's been on the radar, and it's not that the city can't go forward and fund it themselves, but if we're looking for CIP dollars or sorry, blanking on the pop, if we're looking for funding dollars to do it through MetroCog, That's just how far out we're scheduled through their TIFs, or their
I
transportation.
mean, I don't know what
That-
something like this will cost, but
Well-
I will tell you that I have enough residents that would say, I'm okay with my tax dollars funding something to ensure that we're doing the right things.
The figure that I gave you earlier for the small stretch that we talked about, multiply that times 5 for what they're talking about.
Oh, okay.
The quarter study of that magnitude, from my experiences, you're probably in that 200, 300,000
And that's
ballpark.
just for the one small section we talked about.
Well, for
Well,
17.
I mean, I hate to
For all
say
of
it, guys,
17.
but
For 17, you're looking at a $200,000-300,000 project.
It would be very proactive, though.
It's like doing a comprehensive plan, but for a corridor. And it also depends on what detail you want, because I've seen corridor studies be
I
more
mean,
higher level.
I kind of want to just put this into
Detail, so.
perspective, and this is not to be like shitty, but, oh, sorry. I mean, we have spent tax dollars upwards of $400,000 on land. So I just want to make sure that I mean, I've heard from residents that wouldn't be opposed to our tax dollars going towards something that would benefit the entire community. So I just want to leave it at that.
Good discussion tonight.
Yeah, that was good.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 13, business license ordinance amendment.
Yes,
Lucas.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am going to try to be brief as we are getting late and we still have a lot to discuss. A couple meetings ago, Councilmember Berkland brought up licenses for businesses within the city of Horace and requiring just a general type license so the city knows what type of businesses are within the city. The state of North Dakota does not require general business licenses. It requires licenses for certain professions and certain businesses. Lawyers, we have to have a license to the state of North Dakota. The city itself regulates certain businesses within its corporate limits. So under Title 10, the city regulates people selling alcoholic beverages, gambling, pawnbrokers, Sunday opening, tobacco licensing, and food trucks. So instead of doing a general business license for any business that operates within the city of Horace, which is a tricky thing to regulate because you'd have to figure out what actually is a business and who has to actually apply for that license. And then you have to have staff that will monitor the licensing that's associated for all businesses in the city. And it's not something that any other city does in the state of North Dakota. So what we did instead was drafted an ordinance that it's a new chapter 1007 that describes generally the process for any type of business that is required to have a license in the city of Horace, the guidelines that are related to that. So chapter or section 100701 just gets into various definitions within the chapter. Section 100702 discusses who this chapter applies to. 100703 describes the duties of the license officer, which is the city auditor or Brent, or his designee. Section 100704 gets into qualification of the applicants. If they are going to apply for a license, what type of qualifications must they satisfy in order to get a license within the city of Horace. The next section gets into procedure for issuing the licenses. 100706 gets into determination of license fees. Under the chapters that are already established, there are fees within those. And so it says, we've tried to be consistent in recent years to say that any fees that are set by, or any fees of the city are set by resolution of the city council. But some of these chapters in Title 10 have fees within them, like the liquor license one does. 100707 gets into the contents of the license. 100708 gets into duties of the licensee, how they're supposed to showcase their license once they get it. The next section is enforcement, and the final section is the penalty provision. If you want me to go into any greater detail with any of the sections, I certainly can. I believe all of you have gotten this this ordinance already in your packet. The question, I did have a question on page 3, under special permits for nonprofit enterprises. I feel like we don't need that section because I couldn't think of any applicability.
Churches?
But this only applies to licenses that are required of the city. So when you're talking about churches aren't selling alcoholic beverages, they're not doing any gambling, they're not doing
No.
pawnbrokers.
Well, why not? I'm kidding.
Their decision, not mine.
I'm kidding.
I know. And so that's what I was like, I don't know when that section would apply. So I think we get rid of.
Would Lions or Hockey Association be nonprofits that are doing gaming at the,
But it says except for gaming permits.
oh, yeah, yeah.
And so that's why it's for the
So
gaming permits.
This doesn't apply to just any business. This is
Correct.
only,
It's only, and that's what,
Gambling,
it's important for me
liquor.
to stress that to all of you. This is just for businesses that are required to get licenses from the city.
okay.
Well, I mean, I guess, Lucas, what I was really envisioning was, it's just really embarrassing when a resident asks, oh, what's going in over here? And I don't know the businesses that are coming to town. I'm even fine with just having like an update, if we could somehow
Sure.
keep track as a city,
And
like.
through building permits is when you're gonna have a better likelihood of that happening. Because any business that's moving into Horace is getting a
Yeah.
building permit to do an update or a renovation.
Yeah.
Or they're going through some sort of zoning application with Jace's office to say, okay, what type of use are you having?
Mhm.
Yes, it complies with this, or you need to rezone the property to allow you to have that business. So there are ways in which the city could keep track of who's coming into the city or who's operating in the city. And I think either through building permits or through your zoning is an easier way to handle that.
So
Instead of,
did we create this because we had a lack of an ordinance specifically pertaining to licensing for?
didn't have one.
We didn't
Don't
have
have
one,
one.
so it's
No.
needed anyway.
Okay.
Correct.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not for
Like,
not.
gosh, I'm not
I
trying
don't
to
know why
limit
it didn't.
this.
I don't know why it didn't have it. So it has all those sections that are referenced, but there's no section on just like licensing in the city
Okay.
or who's responsible for it.
Okay.
And this also will help. So if the city, if either the legislature enacts new statutes that say cities, you have to regulate these businesses now, well, this will still apply and cover those. Or if the city decides to regulate a certain business in the future, this will apply and will cover those businesses.
I don't have an issue with leaving in the nonprofit. We're a growing city. We might run into something we've never seen before.
Sure.
So I'm gonna say at this point in time, leave it in there. If it needs to change down the road, we can certainly revisit, but at this point in time, who knows what's coming? It's been crazy what some of the applications that have come through.
Yeah.
So one thing I do want to point out from what your Member Berkland was talking about is in regards to knowing what's coming into the city, you know, our best avenues are the building permits, or if they're approaching Jace or myself or Jim, but there are times when folks will try to do a business or do something and we flat out aren't told. We don't know. They didn't go through our proper processes, or it might be that the building might be already updated and they don't have to do anything different.
Right.
The zoning may allow it. The building may not have to have fiscal changes to it that would require a building permit, and then we may not know right away. And it might be a land use issue or zoning issue or, you know, different reasons that might be where we get involved more, but we're not going to know every single item, which is unfortunate. It would be nice to know what's going on, but
Would this help address that?
a little bit.
I mean, it would be
It'll
nice to
also-
know more on the front end. what-
With the
A
new
little
land
bit.
use ordinance, the city adopted a certificate of zoning compliance. So any time before a commercial permit is released, there has to be a certificate of zoning compliance for new and expanding businesses that are, or changing structures from residential to commercial. That has to go through my office, and that's where we look at what the zoning district is the use allowed, what the setbacks of the property have to be. So that will start with a comprehensive list, and we benefit for a lot of the, like, the shop condos that we don't know what some of the users are. especially as they go through outfit permits. So we will be able to start driving some sort of list from that process, which would be nice.
Is that new to our,
With the new land use ordinance.
that's new within our new land use ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, maybe that will help a little bit then.
yeah.
I have a comment. How would you find out a new business coming to town that would rent a shop from us? They have no way that they have to contact the city.
That's part of the challenge sometimes. And then if we find
So you're
out
missing
that the
the
business is
paperwork
operating there,
there.
then it becomes a land use issue. And then that's where the tenant and the property owner get involved into that.
I mean, even
Challenge.
if they're using the land use for the right use, the tenant comes in, they don't have to go to the city and notify the city that we've moved into the shop and we're starting a tree cutting business.
Yeah, if it's the right use and it meets
Yeah.
the building code and all the different areas. So that's the challenge, is making
Yeah.
sure the building is appropriate for what they're trying to
So
do.
this will not touch any of that stuff.
Nope.
Okay, so Lucas, what are you looking for? A motion?
This
for
is
what?
just a first reading, so motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance.
I'll make the motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance, the business license ordinance amendment.
Yeah, any further discussion on the motion? I'll look for a second on the motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, number 14, cable television franchise ordinance amendment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this one was a Bearcat. This was a large update to the city's cable television franchise ordinance. I've worked with city staff on this one, and then also Midco and Cable One and their legal representatives on updates to the cable ordinance, or the cable franchise ordinance. The city had one previously, so it's not like the city didn't have a cable television franchise ordinance. What this did was kind of update the cities with what our neighbors are doing. So I looked at West Fargo and actually Wapaton, because they have these same entities that are providing service in their cities as well, and just tried to provide consistency with what they're doing and what Horace is doing. It doesn't change the franchise fee. The city will still require 2% as the franchise fee. And this update was kind of at the request of the franchisees in the city, because they are at a point where they need renewals. They need to update or renew their franchise agreements with the city. So part of this will also be new franchise agreements with Cable One, Sparklight, and then renewals for them, and then new franchise agreement with Dickey Rural. They requested a franchise from the city to provide service within Horace. So those will be coming up, I think we're going to try to shoot for your October meeting. Public notices are required for those franchise agreements. But again, this ordinance, you guys were provided this last week. And I'm not going to go through it all because I think it's 20-something pages long. But it just provides consistency with our neighboring communities, and also it updates it consistent with some of the other franchise updates that we've had, as far as any excavation work under city streets, any tree trimming, stuff like that. So if you want any further detail, let me know, but that's all this does. And then this would just be a first reading of this as well. And again, we've worked with with the franchisees. They've provided me with their comments and suggested red lines. We've gone back and forth, and this is what we got.
Why do we need to have a franchise fee? Like, all it is just a tax to the residents. I mean, that's all it ends up being.
It's a way so the city doesn't have to charge for permits to work in its right of way, and so it's just a set fee to allow
Because they
the
just pass it on to
franchises.
the residents.
But at the same time, they're digging out the city's right of way to install their facilities. But you're absolutely right. They are allowed to transfer the 2% to the residents, and they'll have a line item on your invoice to say what the fee is or what percentage it is. And so so I'm sure if you have Cable One or Midco, they have that on your invoice.
This is only the first reading, so we can read through this a little
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
The only change I would make at this point is to update the mayor's name on the signature
I
line.
didn't see
You guys must not have the newest one then. It's updated on.
It says version 2 clean on it.
It does, yeah.
That's the
It's
most
okay,
recent one.
I can call him up, we'll bring him back to town.
We'll make him come back
I
for
just,
this part.
I just miss him.
I-
It was
I don't know
updated
why
on
we
one of
have-
them. Maybe it was
I don't
on the
think
last
I feel like
one.
he'll miss us.
Let's see if I have it updated in mine. But yes, I can certainly make that change.
I think that's it. The rest of it, we'll read through and see if there's anything. Is there anything huge of note
That's
that you
different.
want to talk about?
No, and honestly, it is pages and pages less than what the others have because they regulate so much stuff that I don't know why cities want to get into regulating like what channels
Yeah.
are provided.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I think it's just a simple franchise agreement that works well. It accomplishes what the city needs it to and allows the cable operators to provide service to residents.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
So we can make a motion to approve the first reading?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Motion to approve.
All right.
I'll second.
So we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, motion carries. 15, we got Bean Days road closures, and Paul, you're gonna give us an update, looks like.
Yeah, sure can. I can just do a quick briefing on the schedule. Sent that out to you guys, I believe. You should have it, everything's finalized. We will be having several closures taking place primarily on Saturday. Friday night, we will have to close a portion of 81st Avenue South. I don't know if it'll be closed or no, it won't be closed, excuse me, but it'll be no parking along that route. And then we are going to make sure we contact the property owner of Jackson Way, right, behind the.
Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson Way. Sorry, to make sure that we have adequate no parking signs. That is a private road, so we want to make sure we respect that property owner. Friday night continuing, there will be several road closures for the fireworks display that will be going on around 9 or dusk. There will be some closures along Lakeview Drive, Front Street, and then the bike path along Front Street as well, just to make sure we maintain that safety radius that the fire department and Star Fireworks require. Moving into Saturday, again, we'll be in kind of that same neighborhood for the 5K and fun run. There will be some limited closures between about 6:15 a.m. and we think we can be wrapped up by about 9 a.m. The closures will include Front Street, Lakeview Drive, 63rd Street, Cub Creek Way, and Wall Ave East. These are just portions of the raceway that the racers will be running on. Again, limited closures, but we do want to make you guys aware of those. And then we move into the meat of the day, I'll call it. We'll move into the parade at 10 a.m. That'll feature several road closures along Lakeview Drive. We'll start out right south of Heritage, so 79th Avenue, 81st Avenue, 82nd, 83rd, St. Ben's, Ironwood Drive, Wall Ave East and West, Center Avenue East and West, the Cheyenne Trailer Court, Park Drive, and 8th Avenue South, which is the end of the route. And again, these are the temporary closures. We're working with our public works department to see how quickly we can get those open after, because we are flipping right into the vendor fair right after that. And so vendor fair and street dance will feature several closures. CR 17 south of Wall Avenue will be closed off immediately after the parade. And then Center Avenue east and west will feature a closure. We are going to have to do some no parking signs, or one side of the street only parking in relation to our Kid Fest that's taking place in Meadowlark Park. And so those will include Firefly Lane from Lost River Road to Meadowlark Parkway, and then Lost River Road from Wall Ave West to Meadowlark Parkway. And again, those will be no parking. We're not shutting down any of the streets, but we do need to ensure that we have adequate room. We will be running a shuttle through there. We're really trying to clamp down on the number of people driving in there and encouraging them to use the shuttles. and we're just forced to, because of the streets, to do one-sided parking at most on several of those streets within that. So,
Awesome. So I sent out an email on Friday night, which you responded to. Thank you. And one of the items was commercial and local traffic detours for the activities on Main Street, enclosures. So has this been sent out then to Cass County and the fire?
I finished this at 5:30 today when we had the final list of everywhere everything is going to be. We are running into some logistical challenges due to the popularity of the vendor show. We were planning on 10 to 15 booths. We're at 32 and counting. So we've had to kind of shift some things. I apologize for the delay, but we have to make sure we have it right, especially when we're dealing with main thoroughfares like Wall Ave and CR-17. But I think about 5:40 today, I think I got it all squared away. So this will be sent out immediately to the
So where is our detour then for commercial traffic going around? If County Road 17 is down, how is commercial traffic getting down to, let's say, 100th?
we are going to have to.
They would have to go out to 57th. They would have to go
Wall Avenue
out to
to
57th, down to 100th.
Understood, and that's what I was asking, is that,
Yeah.
has that been,
I can't tell you
okay.
if it's open or closed.
Yeah, we
I
heard
heard
earlier
it was open.
I can confirm that tomorrow and reach
Thank
out
you.
to Stanley Township as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it can't go at 57th, then we
It'll
just have to
go
kick it
one
out
more
to
mile
45th.
down.
Go to
Yep.
45th.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
I'll confirm that with
Thank you.
Stanley Township as well. Thank you.
Yep.
I was
Okay.
by and it looked open today, but
Okay.
I thought so too, but.
I thought it did too.
All right, then the other item I have is the food truck vendor list. You said you just completed the vendor list. There's 37, did I hear correctly?
Those are vendors, not food trucks.
Okay, how many food trucks do we have?
We have 3 that are fully registered, 6 that say they're coming. Food trucks are interesting to work with sometimes, so I wish I could give you a final count, but I have 3 that are fully registered and 6 that say they're coming. So
Can we send the list of 9 to Chief Mahoney and delineate that 3 are for sure coming and the other 6 are tentative? Because he has to coordinate event inspections.
sorry, 6 total. I have 3 that
3 plus
3
3.
that are registered and 3 that said, yeah, we might come.
Got it.
Basically.
So that vendor list then, I'd like to send over to
Okay.
Chief Mahoney. The activities list, has that been finalized with locations? Does he have that?
I believe I sent that over a while ago. I can resend that with everything tomorrow.
Okay? Because he's got to coordinate EMS at each of the activities locations. So I want to ensure that he has that as well. And then the fireworks activity, they're going to have some brush teams for fire protection. So he just wants to have locations on a map of where those are going to be, so that he's good to go.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Why does the fire department need to get involved with our food vendor trucks? They
Bec-
have a license by the state of North Dakota.
They do, but there's a required inspection that comes with that. I'll let Aaron speak to it.
Go ahead, Aaron.
So, like, I'm the fire inspector, and then fire code says that you have to have, there are requirements for inspections for food trucks, like they have to have a fire suppression system, if they have grease-laden vapors, they have to have a
So that doesn't
minimum
fall
of-
under the state of North Dakota with their food license?
No, it's
No,
separate.
that's different, that's
So-
through the Department of Health, we do a different, a fire inspection is separate.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I guess, does Fargo and West Fargo also
Yes.
inspect
Yeah.
all their food trucks?
They do all over the, all over
Okay.
North Dakota, they do.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
there's supposed to be fire extinguishers and tanks are supposed to be
Right.
secured. And it's a 5-minute inspection, right?
Yeah, typically.
It's
So
not been
Aaron, do you
crazy.
think there's reasonable assurance that they know this process? Do you know what I mean? This isn't gonna be a surprise to them, is it, that they need X, Y, and Z?
No, actually, Chris and I had went over, or Chief Mahoney and I had went over that, and so I'm not sure which city staff, if it was Paul or if it was Brent that he was speaking with, about a checklist that was supposed to be given to vendors.
Okay, good. I just don't want them to,
Yeah.
I'm assuming if they're doing food activities in other cities throughout the summer, they must be aware of the procedure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do talk to West Fargo and the State Fire Marshal's office, and it's nothing new to Horace.
Okay.
So it's done in every major town.
Paul?
Yes.
The 5K fun run, you had that listed as road closures.
Yes.
Is that still happening?
Yes, as of tonight, yep. I was
Oh.
going to speak to you two after it, yep. I did speak to him today. So
Okay.
we were looking at having to possibly postpone the 5K fun run due to low number of registrants versus what we were gonna have to do to make it possible, so we were discussing that. I did speak with the gentleman that is kind of heading it up, James. He would like to continue as long as we can get more numbers. but
Okay.
All right.
for our-
How many
cool.
do we
on
have?
that, we only had 7 registered as of today. And that's promoting it for the last month and a half. Trying to
I
figure
mean,
out
have you reached out to Just for Kicks?
I've
Because
reached out to literally everybody. I think.
they have always put on some kind of run in the past, and I
They've
just.
had an unbelievable.
We were originally planning on everything with Bio Girls on it, and they had, 20 to 30
Yeah.
that were gonna sign up, but because we moved it, they're already back in school, and their programs have ended for the summer, so it was a really, really
I
big loss.
guess the run, the 5K is really important to me. I mean, we kind of
Right.
discussed this at our North Dakota Cares Committee. I really encourage people, if you're a runner, come, enjoy the day. I asked Paul to get some bags, cinch bags for the run too, if he can try to make that work too, but, yeah, okay.
Okay, anything else, Paul?
No, we spoke.
Okay. I want you to make sure he gets that list via email, please. Thank you.
So really quick on what Paul had, just so you know, we'll look at some of the roads in Old Horace here, right around this area. And if they're narrower, we may have no parking signs also on one side of the street, just so it helps where cars can actually get through a little easier.
My area already
And-
has them. So
Yeah,
anybody
and we're just going to double
walking the
check.
bigger-
We're going to double check and see where we may need to do that. We have some that already have it. But like over here, we'll take a look at like Dakota and Mickey and just make sure if we do need to address any other areas, we wanted to make sure you had an idea what's going on. But if we need to address any other spots, we'll have that posted with temporary signs.
Yeah,
And then-
we need to confirm with the ladder truck here as well, that the ladder trucks can get through on these roads, which is why I requested the coordination with fire. Because if we're choosing to put up no parking signs on one side, we may have to put up no parking signs on the other if we have to
Yeah.
get a ladder truck through. So
But-
before we send that out, please coordinate so that that's done.
And we've also talked to the sheriff's department just where we have like a disclaimer on the no parking signs that talks about towing. So vehicles are subject to tow if they are in the no parking areas. So
Okay.
that way it's a little easier to deal with towing the vehicles if need be. So
Well,
talk
if we
to-
can't get fire trucks through, I mean, these back roads over here are really, really tight. I mean, I don't know how long you guys have the shuttle service for and where
Mhm.
you plan on having people parking. But, I wanna make sure that the residents can enjoy themselves as well. So
Mhm.
definitely reach out to fire, make sure that they can do their testing or whatever they need to do. But I really do wanna make sure that we don't, I mean, I don't know what else to say about parking.
Mhm.
We are really encouraging people to use the shuttle. We rented all 3 school parking lots that we did last year.
Okay.
We are also putting out
Can
more
you,
signage.
I haven't seen a lot of instruction on that on Facebook called.
The shuttle?
Yeah.
Yep.
I really think we need to hone in on that and really encourage residents then to park down there, but also, I don't know how long you're having this
It's 12 p.m. till 1 a.m., so.
1 a.m., so that the residents or comers, that the people coming out to Big Herbs for the dance, they're gonna be able to get to their truck? Okay.
And we should also, we'll get to portfolio. I mean, I think we also want to encourage bikeability for local people. I mean, you
Yeah.
can get all the way from the headquarters on our nice bike trails now, all the way out to Meadowlark and down to Big Herbs for the event. So local people don't necessarily have to take their cars out, they can just bike around.
Yeah,
For both evenings.
Right.
Okay, you wanted a discussion and action. What is the action?
I didn't have any action.
No action. Fair enough.
Just wanted to give you a quick briefing on those finer points.
Okay,
Thank you.
are we good then? Anyone else got anything else?
Nope, good.
Okay. Agenda item number 16, Horace tree inventory.
Okay. I'll try to run through this just fairly quickly. You'll see a copy of this tree inventory report for the city of Horace is prepared by NDSU. Earlier this year, they completed it in July. However, they had a staff member from NDSU out here late spring, early summer, looking at inventorying the trees within the boulevards and public spaces throughout Horace. One of the big pushes with this is it helps identify the species of trees, conditions, and sizes. The summary of the report is fairly quick read. It'll give you an idea of what we have within our community. Things to look for, such as showing how certain percentages of different types of species throughout the city. One that we're really heavy with is maple, for example. Maple trees are fairly heavy and make up just over 30% of our trees in our boulevards and public spaces. So one of the suggestions they have is to tone down on the maple planting for a while and encourage a variety, more variety of other types of trees. By doing this inventory, it also helps us in identifying if there is a disease that comes about or insect, like the emerald ash borer, for example, hits ash trees. It has been discovered, I believe, out by Lemoore County. Moorhead, I believe, has had to deal with the emerald ash borer a little bit. So it's just a matter of time before it gets to us, probably. However, having an inventory helps you identify those trees that may be more vulnerable to diseases or insects and stuff. Also to be able to assess what may need to be done to help protect those trees, or efforts to, like ash trees, for example, where removals make sense. Can you do it phased over time instead of having to deal with a bunch of dead trees at one, very short period of time? In that report, it says about 2/3 of the trees within Horace are actually considered to be good condition, or good, with about another fourth, or about 6 of them being in fair condition. You get into the dying or dead, and that probably makes up maybe about 10% of those trees. You look at, also within this, I'll talk about diameter or size of the trees. You see a lot of trees within Horace, over 60% in the boulevard and public space are actually 0 to 3 inch in diameter. So they're fairly new trees. It's good to see that we have a lot of new trees coming in. Shows, I think, the success of our overall boulevard tree program, what we're doing there. And I'll talk about that on the next agenda item. But then another neat tool about this is when they're out there identifying where these trees are, the conditions, and evaluating them, you'll see where they actually have them mapped out. So about 10 pages so in, you'll see a map, and there's an online tool called or a website, ndcitytrees.org. You'd be able to look up Horace and be able to see this mapping tool of all the boulevard trees that we have and public space trees. Obviously, you can see where a lot of the trees are in the newer developments, because that's where we've had the most participation with our boulevard trees. However, that just continues to build over time. So, the last area within this report, it talks about the biggest tree. I was reviewing this with our staff a little bit, and I don't know if I agree 100% with that biggest tree, because it doesn't have the big tree down by the tree, or by the diversion there. So I think the individuals doing this tree report didn't realize city limits where they go to, and that's in the city.
Largest tree around?
Yeah, the largest tree, they said the one is located, it's a big cottonwood.
Is it called a Grandpa John's?
Down, I'm trying to remember the location here, but it looks like it's off of, I believe, Park. And I think the biggest one, I believe the biggest one for quite some time is the same, was it Big John, is it Big John's tree, or Rachel, you know the. Big John's, Grandpa John. Anyways, it's down by the inlet structure for the Cheyenne diversion. That tree has been there for quite some time and is fairly large. It's been one of the biggest trees in North Dakota for quite some time. So I think they just didn't realize.
Uncle John's
Uncle
giant
John's.
champion.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah. So anyways, I just don't think they realize that's in the city.
Uncle John's giant champion cottonwood.
No longer the largest
Cottonwood,
cottonwood in
okay.
the state, though.
The one out there.
Because the
you're
largest
talking.
one's at my house.
The one out there,
Yes.
right, by
Yeah.
the
Just-
diversion?
Just west of Lost River,
Yeah.
southwest part of the Lost River, that area.
I have pictures with my kids out there,
Yep.
'cause
Yeah.
they like
Yep.
to see that picture.
But anyways, this does help us with pursuing grant dollars for trees. The very last couple pages here, they talk about an action plan schedule. Within that, they outline overall steps or goals for the city to look at or work towards in order to help encourage further additional tree plantings. For example, this year we have the tree inventory completed now, and then they talk about identifying and beginning planting projects for cost share trees. That would be an example like our boulevard tree program, using the ND tip tool to help plan for cost share grants, have an Arbor Day, and apply for Tree City USA certification. So those are things that staff is working towards already. And then it just gets into different areas of trying to be more proactive or planning. How does MR ash borer impact us? How can we be prepared for that more? How do we watch for that and continue to be a Tree City USA? So just some things that we've been working towards, but want to make sure council is aware of a project that we're working on with NDSU to do this.
So do we have cost share opportunities, cost share grants that we can utilize for our tree planting?
Our staff is looking into what options there are. I don't know if it would be applicable for necessarily the boulevard tree program that we do have going, but we are looking at are there other projects that we could do, or are there other pushes that we could do within the community for those trees? So we are reevaluating the grant opportunities right now. I sat down with our staff last week to discuss them, and we're looking to see what projects fit the best, and they're going to touch base with NDSU staff to see what ones are feasible. Some of these grant programs, like one we're looking at, was a fairly minimal amount, is more a planning type grant, and that was only, I think, a max of like $1,500. For the planting side of it, we already tackled a lot of different planting, like your boulevard tree, but when it comes to actually planting the trees, I believe they're up to like $10,000 or $15,000, so that's what we're looking towards, and they're 50-50 cost share. So just some ideas and things that we're trying to evaluate and see where it makes most sense and what are competitive projects. So
I think that this would be a good opportunity, not just for the city to reach out on grant opportunities, but we've got several local youth groups here. Boys and Girl Scouts USA are here locally, and a lot of times when they get into the higher levels, especially when going for their Eagle Scouts, they're looking for opportunities just like this, where they can plant so many trees and get grant funding for the city, or, you know, do some parks, or you know, pretty up a cemetery locally, things of that nature. So I wouldn't be opposed to sharing this with our local service groups, such as the Lions and the Scouts, to see if they would have opportunities for this.
That's a good idea.
These are great projects for Eagle Scouts.
and there are also
Fabulous.
opportunities where the city may be able to work with like the park district or the school district,
Bet.
of where it may be planting trees into the park. One example I could think of would be like over by Cub Creek Pond on the south end of Cub Creek First Edition. As that area all settles down and everything, there might be an opportunity where we could pursue for a grant, and they can too, and do a 50-50 cost share, and then you get quite a few trees planted that way. So that's what we're trying to figure out, what areas make sense for these opportunities, so we're the most competitive for them.
This is the beautification of our
Yep.
city, and I love the trees that went in on several of the new roads that have been installed. They make all the difference in the world. You guys driven down 63rd, 81st, 66th? Huge difference in what our roads look like for our residents. I love it. I don't like mowing around them, but I love it.
All right, no
Right.
action.
No action on this one. This is more of a, make sure you guys are aware of.
On to 17, Boulevard Tree Program.
Okay, the next one, this one, we are asking for action on this. We have memo, touches base briefly on boulevard tree replacement policy. The boulevard tree program has been in place for a couple of years now. We've planted over 400 trees. Next year, we're anticipating another 200 plus trees. Great to see that participation. However, one of the challenges we have had is maples actually taking or surviving. We've worked with NDSU and Bailey's Nursery, where we get the trees from. Where some of these maples are, my understanding is that kind of on the borderline, or where doesn't make sense to plant them in the area or not. One idea we're looking at was, were we planting them too low, or were they getting overwatered? So we've been working with NDSU and Bailey's to figure out what is the best to do, or what's going on. I believe right now one of the theories is that it was just getting flat overwatered for a maple, but I'm not a tree expert and I'll never admit that I am. However, with some of those trees dying, our original intentions with the tree program were not to warranty the trees, but what we're proposing to council is that we could provide a 1-year warranty for the trees. And we talk about a policy, or just a policy statement towards that. So we'd say boulevard trees include a 1-year replacement warranty if the tree does not take root or survive the winter. The warranty does not cover negligence in caring for the tree, such as removing tree guard stakes, breaking the main trunk, accidental or intentional damage, and other negligent actions. Example of that would be like somebody clips it with their mower and you could see it gouge through the trunk of the tree. Not like I haven't ever done that before. But you could a lot of times tell if a tree has been neglected or not. We cannot guarantee that we will have enough trees to provide all the replacements, as our ordered tree quantity is limited, given that we ordered trees at the end of the year for the next year, for the previous summer for next year. The city will plant as many as are available and will add to the residents' name to a replacement list for the following year if the tree cannot be replaced. So as long as we flagged it within that year that it's dead, then we will replace it if they flagged it with us. Replacement trees must be requested within 18 months of the original planting. The replacement is good for only for one tree, so we'll do it one time. Any trees that do not survive after the first replacement become the homeowner's responsibility. Replacement trees can only be requested by the homeowner or / original applicant who purchased the first tree. If the original applicant is no longer the current homeowner, the tree does not qualify for replacement, and new homeowner is encouraged to apply for the Boulevard Tree Program for that year to replace the tree on their own. Also, what we're encouraging too is if somebody had a maple planted, if we're able to get a maple, okay, we'll plant one, but we're trying to encourage a different tree type, because sometimes a different tree type may work better. The other component we have is in regards to refunds. This mainly applies to when somebody builds a new home now, they have to do a $250 tree deposit. That tree deposit is in order to plant a tree in the boulevard. If they do not plant one within 1 year of their certificate of occupancy being issued for the house. There are situations where a tree may not be able to be planted, different dynamics, such as like on a cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac, the individual may not have enough room in their boulevard to properly place a tree for our land use ordinance. And there's some different criteria outlined here that we do work towards. So for the refunds, that's for homes that were permitted in or after 2023, homeowners have the option to plant their own tree and request a refund of the $250 deposit. The refund takes place about 4 to 6 weeks and requires a visual inspection to ensure the tree is planted according to the land use ordinance, adhering to the outlined measurements. So when we say 4 to 6 weeks, it's so our staff will double check to make sure can they not have that placed, and then it also gives us time to get a check refunded back to them. So we want to make sure, it may be quicker, but we want to make sure that we had enough time there. for the outline measurements is 10 feet from either side of the driveway, the applicant's property, and their neighbors. 15 feet from any structure in the boulevard, such as light poles, fire hydrants, storm drains, and 40 feet from the point of the intersection of corner lots. The point of intersection is about 2 feet from the street where the street would intersect. This is line of sight and must be clear of pedestrians and traffic to see the obstacles, and then 25 feet between trees, the applicant's property or and their neighbors. So sometimes a neighbor may plant a tree closer to the property line. We want to make sure that they're spaced appropriately so they have a good chance of survival. In instances where homes are not able to plant a tree due to the measurement requirements, homeowners may apply for a refund. Homes not meeting the above measurement requirements may include those located within the cul-de-sac or other areas with a narrow lot width. They may also include homes in a given development that were built later than most of the homes and have existing tree/structures that are previously put in place, making it not possible to plant a tree. Once the refund application request is received, city staff will confirm on-site measurements, process the refund. If the requirements are not met, if the property does meet the measurement requirements, city staff will communicate with the homeowner the next steps of planting a tree. So basically, we want to have some policies in place for how to work with these.
Did we lose, how many maples do you think we lost last year?
You know what, I actually had the number for you before. I wish I could
I
tell
mean,
you the
was it a
exact
large
number.
percentage of them, or?
I want to say it was ballpark around 20%. I'd have to look it up to be sure. But
Just of the maples, not overall trees planted?
let me see.
Does our supplier provide any warranty?
Not for, because we are getting bare whip trees, so we're typically we don't have a warranty on those trees.
So while you're looking that up, a couple
Yeah.
things. The boulevard tree policy clearly is one of my babies that I started and got some amazing support from this council. Thank you. I'm gonna make a couple comments here, like it or not. This is an extremely generous policy. I believe that we're doing something because we have a known issue with one species of tree. I will tell you that I've never heard of cities warranting, replacing, or refunding monies on a tree policy in the past. So as far as I'm concerned, this is overextending as far as working with people. I will say this, there is not a stipulation in here that relates to lack of watering or overwatering. Furthermore, I'm concerned about how we prove or disprove that. Lucas, what is our liability if we can't prove or disprove negligence of trees?
Haven't read any of this, so I don't know.
Seriously, right?
Thank you for your honesty.
I mean, I want to be really, really clear that we have to prove all of these things, right? So, and we haven't identified a lack of watering or overwatering. If you ask any of my neighbors, I think I'm the only one on my block that actually waters my trees. Everybody else is like, it'll just rain, you know? And they had a bunch of dead trees and they're like, geez, how come my trees didn't live? Well, gee, let me think. You gotta actually do something. So I wanna be really clear that you're opening yourself up to having to prove something and getting into a pissing match, which is a lot easier said with some residents than others. The other thing that I would point out in this particular tree replacement policy is that at the very end, where you warranty what are the stipulations for a refund, we don't specify that the tree that the homeowners are allowed to plant on their own needs to be an equal size, stature, or genome as the trees that we would provide as a city. So that means a 1.5 or 2 inch diameter tree. We'll wait for the siren. Whatever our stipulations are for boulevard trees need to be stipulated in there, or a simple sentence stating, if you want to plant your own tree, feel free, we'll refund you the $250, but you can't plant a twig that's this big that's not going to survive. You have to plant something of equal stature that meets the requirements of our previous ordinance.
I agree. Yeah.
I honestly, I think we're being extremely generous here. You guys are for it, go for it, but in the world where I come from, you plant a tree. If it's a maple, I would say yes, we'll go through this exercise because we know there's some known issues. If you want to stipulate, if not, if we want to be super kind, we can continue. But everywhere I've gone from where there's been a boulevard tree program, they plant the tree, what happens to it after that is on you. You figure it out, you keep it alive. If it dies, you replace it, period.
Where did this come from? I mean, what led you guys to write this? Is it?
So we were getting quite a few calls, concerns from folks where trees were dying. Some of those trees were dying, like the maples, Sarah pointed out. Yes, we had, percentage of the maples, they were dying off. We've had some other trees dying off too, or where they didn't survive. Could it be from lack of watering, overwatering, different variables? It could be. And that's why we took the steps this year to have, like I said, NDSU come out, make sure they touch base with our staff to make sure everybody's on the same page of the best practices for planting. We've had one of our staff members here recently go to a Bailey's event to find out more about the plantings, understand how they're planting them, and just get a good grasp of the conditions and what to look at.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of learning there.
You're not unreasonable
So-
here, it motivates people a heck of a lot more to take care of their trees when they don't have someone they can call and say, oh, it died.
Yep.
Did you water it? Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. You know, half these people don't even have a hose that long to get down to the boulevard. So I'm gonna be real frank and real keen, as harsh as it may sound, that if you're going to stipulate what reasonings are, you better make sure that you can prove what that is.
Yep.
And if it's lack of watering, overwatering, whatever, it's up to you. I personally would not do this,
I
but.
think maybe we should let's maybe table it and think about it. I'd also like to make sure we have a full understanding about the trees that are surviving and why.
Yeah.
Before we move forward, I guess.
Do you have costs?
Because that's a kind of a high percentage of loss, so I just want to make sure we know what we're doing before we even
Right.
proceed
I
any
mean,
further.
I know that you talked about, well, we gotta get these trees in within a certain amount of time because they're the bare root and they take extra care
Extra
before
care.
they're in the ground.
You have to
so-
water them,
Yep.
you have to do your due
I
diligence.
mean, I wanna make sure too that, you said it yourself, you're not a tree expert.
Well,
I mean, we got a lot of
say I'm
trees
not a
we're
tree expert.
planting, so.
However, and that's admitting
Okay.
my forte on this. However, with the bare root trees, do we keep them wired? Yeah, we actually get a refrigerated trailer. We put a sprinkler on a timer there. What that actually maintains. It's actually kind of a creative way they're doing it.
Okay.
So we're maintaining that. It's just there's different things such as even logistically of how many trees are going out to get planted at one time. Are they staying moist enough?
Yeah, I'm
before
gonna
they
say,
hit the ground, so,
use discretion. I don't think we have to write this in the policy. I think you got a handful of people that call, they have a maple, it's a known species, it's dying, all right, you wanna do good faith, go for it, right? But to put something like this in there without the stipulations that I added, you're opening yourself up to an awful lot here. And you're giving not a lot of motivation for people to take care of something that you've provided, out of good faith, right?
So what do you guys wanna do? You wanna table it, or you wanna vote on something?
Or do you want to break out either one? If
I
you have
just
no
wanna
issues with
table it.
refund versus the warranty? Because the refund is a different animal than the warranty is per se. The refund is
I
regarding.
think we should table it because I wanna make sure we're
Yeah.
doing the right things with this policy.
Maybe
I
some
mean,
numbers.
I would encourage you all to look into it and just make sure that we're on the same page. And I'm not saying don't take care of our good people. If we legitimately planted a tree and they did what they needed to do and it died, hey, I'm all game for it, right? I mean, fair is fair. But you got a lot of people that after 18 months are gonna say, oh, it didn't come back, and they didn't do a thing.
Do I need a motion to table it, or we just table it?
No.
Table, you just table it.
Okay.
Hang on. Engineer report. Jim?
All right, Mr. Mayor, we'll take a fly around the city here through construction. Deer Creek Estates, second and third editions, the pre-construction conference was held last week. Plan is to start mobilizing in next Monday and start work at that point.
Next Monday, already?
Yep.
Wonderful. What are they thinking they're gonna get accomplished in 2 months?
They have to get the underground done. That is what the milestone is for that one, so.
They are gonna try to get that all done?
Yes, get it through the freeze thaw. So
Looking
park
forward
is
to
out
seeing
of,
it.
park is out of their way. They've been out of their way for a while,
Yeah.
actually. So they'll be in then. The shared use path, the topsoil has been stripped. You probably saw that on your way into the meeting today. They were starting to install the culverts this afternoon, and the concrete will be coming along from the Lutheran Church south, it looks like, here in the next week or so. Southdale Farm 6th edition, they'll complete the sanitary sewer work this week, either today or tomorrow. They'll start the water main, gate valves, fire hydrants, and all that. And we're having to farm some of the dirt around the area because it is a bit wet in there. Nothing that was surprising. Nothing that wasn't surprising, I should say. Or was surprising. Nothing was surprising. 64th Avenue, the sanitary sewer was done as of last week. They'll be finishing up the laterals for the storm sewer. Plan is to start paving that on the 15th, so 2 weeks to start paving at 117 and work their way west. They are doing the sanitary sewer and the utilities up 62nd Street, which is 66th in Horace, but 62nd in Fargo. So the plan is to start the aggregate base on Wednesday for 64th. 65th Avenue, the sewer is complete. First, you had to go somewhere else to do some work, and I'll be back to do the water main. The sewer was the big one on that with the connection to Sunset Valley. So, asphalt pavement list, we talked about the substantial completion and the change order earlier in the agenda. Wall Avenue East, I don't have an update on the Ped Beacon. We're thinking it's going to be a week or two for that crossing. Wall Avenue West, open. Let's see here, there's just a couple of things left to do on the punch list for that project. Cub Creek 2nd Edition punch lists have been submitted for final review for milestones 1 and 2. The Casper water users did their re-inspection of some of the gate valves and appurtenances they have there. 63rd Street, we're continuing on the punch list. Turf restoration in the water main meter pit area. That one should be wrapped up soon. 66th Street, the punch list items are ongoing. Feed point is complete and street light should be on when you get home.
I'm looking
tonight.
at it when I drive into my driveway.
So am I.
I can't wait.
So am I. The
Waiting for
update
that
as of
feed point for
4:45
8
was that
months.
the street lights would be on tonight. So I asked the question knowing that it would come up tonight. So we both shall cross our fingers on our way.
I'll send you pictures too.
Yes, you do that. Got some Vista Industrial, there's some punch list stuff that we're gonna meet on site tomorrow with the contractor. River's Edge 2nd, the plan is to pave the southbound lanes of 78th Street starting tomorrow. They've requested staking along the fence line along 76th Avenue. Dry utility work continues. This is one of the projects where dry utilities coordination was bid with the job as part of the general contractor. So we're kind of working through some of that. Cub Creek was the first one. Learned some from Cub Creek. River's Edge 2nd was the second one. We're learning more through River's Edge 2nd. Different contractors, so it's nice to see how we can do it better. The mailbox kiosk, the masonry work is continuing. The foundation is in. And their subcontractor keeps moving away or plugging away at moving topsoil. So You Betcha, I skipped that one. You Betcha is they're getting the road prep is done. They're getting the borrow material from the lagoons where we told them to get it. They're working on building up the boulevards now, and the road itself has the base material on it. So in case it were to rain, so once 78th gets done, they'll move over there to pave that one. So that project, the pavement is to be complete, but behind the curbs is a next year, same as 64th
They think
Avenue.
they'll get
So
it by the end of September?
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. We've had pretty good luck with crews, a number of crews working. Park's got 2 actually 3 crews working up on 64th, 2 pipe crews, and then a kind of a base crew coming along doing the grading behind them. So they've really knocked out quite a bit of work.
I talked with our superintendent for over an hour
Was
after
that
the
Chris?
last meeting, you're damn right. We had a nice conversation.
Good.
I applauded him for bringing in his crews and told him I'd be back up there on Friday to see his progress. I fear that was just enough of a challenge for him to say, shit, we better get to 66. Because he did. He made it even with the rain.
Yeah, and he told me that when he called for aggregate base, they asked how much he needed. He said, "How much can you supply?" I forget what the one was, 3,500 yards or something. He said, "I'll take it all."
Yep.
So they're gonna keep them up. He said, "I would make them honest on their word
Yep.
as a supplier." So
I saw he had built 1.4 and had 1.2 left, and he hadn't started concrete.
right,
And that's about right
It's
with
a
all
big
the
dollar,
pipes.
it's a big item, yeah.
So
It's a big item.
I was good with that.
So yeah, so there's our quick little flight around the city.
Yeah. Any questions for Jim?
No, thank you.
Okay, Brenton.
Okay. I do have a few items here. First one, last week, myself, Jace, and Councilmember Veit met with the U.S. Postal Service representatives, one from DC, and then 2 regional managers or department heads from the post office there, and then also the regional manager in charge of all the postmasters in the area. That was a roundtable discussion. It was more like a seat with a handful of different parties that have had concerns, and then an audience. So I was there with Councilmember Veit and Jace to talk about the concerns that we've had in Horace, a variety of different issues. Also, the Newspaper Association for North Dakota was there, expressing concerns and issues they had. And then Michael Howe, Secretary of State for North Dakota, was there also talking about mail delivery for election ballots and concerns that he had on that. So there will be a follow-up meeting tomorrow of just myself, if Councilmember Veit is, I think you're out of town.
I'm traveling.
So you're going to be out, Jeff. I don't know if you're able to make it or not, but it'd be myself and Jeff then with the regional manager for over the postmasters at 2.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll be meeting with them and more follow-up conversation and start pushing for some resolution on some of the different issues. So one of the regional, division heads reached out to us, I believe a day or 2 afterwards, and they actually tracked utility billing. So this last round of utility bills that went out, they did track that one. They're going to track a couple more mailings to see if they're getting out in a timely manner. You need to check with our staff and see if they've heard any feedback, but it sounds like folks did get their utility bills here recently, so that's good. And like I said, a variety of different issues from CDUs being located at different places to mail delivery when there's construction projects. You name it, we had a whole list of different items to talk about, so we'll be following up on those and continue to push for them. Also, we had Councilmember Landstrom and I met with Christensen Company staff to talk about the outfit for a new public meeting space, so we talked about that. They will be having some samples to us here possibly tomorrow. So they'll be over at City Hall so you can see what carpet and paint options there are. They're going to give us 3 to 5 samples of like a suggested starting point, and then
How long do we have with them? With the
For-
samples?
we'll be having a follow-up meeting with them, I believe, next week. So it doesn't mean that we're locked in on that. It's just that we'll be doing some refining from there.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're trying to get those samples figured out, or the selections figured out here, I believe, this month, but we'll be working towards that. And we also met with them about the layout to get that ironed out too. So, making sure I have everything here. Utility billing, we've had questions from residents or concerns about the change in the online payment, going with Paya for applications and everything, and we've had quite a few folks say, oh, we haven't reached out or we didn't communicate. And I want to make sure we got ahead of this a little bit with council so you guys are aware. I asked staff to pull up for what different communication efforts we had on this one. We had two a half-page article in Horace Happenings in May/June, a full page in July/August issues of Horace Happenings. In the utility bills on April, May, June, we had that as within the message, an important message within there. Also within the payment portal, we had that message down there. On July 2nd, we had a note on the bill. Let's see, note on face of the bill and important messages, identifying that. We also had a separate handout, 8.5 by 11, identifying that. And on July 24th, it was an email or text message to anybody that we had their preferred outreach method, identifying this change in billing or payment processing. And then on social media, we did an ad July 2nd through August 10th on Facebook with about 3,500 views, notices on our webpage and Instagram through July, and notices in our app through July. So we did quite the extensive outreach of trying to let everybody know, but I just want to make sure you guys are, the council is aware of the different outreach that we did of trying to make sure the residents knew of that change with the payment portal app, or with Paya, and implementing that and the cost changes there. So, any questions on that one? Nope. Okay. Next one I had here was last week I met with Keenan Zundel. Keenan is now the patrol sergeant for our deputies here in Horace. So I'll be meeting with Keenan on average about every other week. Just talk about any issues. So if you do have issues and concerns, obviously you can bring them up to the deputies when they are here. Also let me know. Normally council's pretty good about letting me know if there's concern, and I can relay that with them also. By doing that, it'll help get the message out to all the deputies and for the area here, and they could talk about their patrol meetings. And
Did you say you're gonna have a standing meeting about once a month with him?
twice a month.
Twice a month?
So it's going to vary. Once a month it'll be a meeting with Keenan and I, and then another time he'll pull in others like the deputies, so it might be Noonan or Carson or Keller, just depending on what's going on, who's available. So, and he might pull in other folks in the sheriff's department depending on what issues we may have. Trying to just continue to build on relationship with the city and sheriff's office, also increase the communication so we're not tying up like Sheriff Johnner, for example, as much. And I think that will be helpful to have. So in the past, we've had pretty little contact with the patrol sergeants, and this will be good to be able to make sure they know the different issues on hand from what we're experiencing. So I think it'll be good. You know. But like I said, we'll be meeting with them. I'll be meeting with them, I believe, next week. We'll have another meeting on that. So, okay. Also a reminder for North Dakota League of Cities annual conference is coming up. If you have not gotten with me yet, if you're going to be able to attend, please let us know. We did do room blocks for everybody just in case, and then we could always cancel that. But I wanted to make sure we had flexibility. I know some can't, some can from council, so just want to get that ironed out if you haven't heard back from me. So, and then the last one I had, probably one of the more sensitive ones here, is, I hate to bring it up, is new home tax abatement is scheduled for October 21st. The question I have for council is, would you like to have that moved back to November 18th? There's a reasoning behind it, and if you guys would like to do that, I'll communicate, I'll talk with the HBA and the Realtor Association, let them know, hey, this is what we're leaning towards. The reason why is there is that property tax measure on the ballot.
Yeah.
If it was to pass, then this is a moot point.
Yep.
If you wait until after that, then if it passes, you have the conversation. If it doesn't pass, or if it doesn't pass, you have the conversation. If it does pass, you don't have to have the conversation about tax abatement.
I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so I will coordinate with the directors of both the Realtor Association and HBA and touch base with them. To kind of put some feelers out of, would that be an issue? I don't think it would be, and I think everybody sees the logic, just like council did right there. So, okay, I will talk with them. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, for me, I've been gone a lot the last 2 weeks. Took a family vacation. However, last week, Brent and I did meet with the FMEDC. We had a pretty good meeting there. I believe there's going to be a follow-up meeting with Brent and Jace coming up in the next month, probably even 2 weeks. So, Jace, just so you're tracking. You're at the meeting. Other than that, like I said, I don't have a whole lot. I'm looking forward to Bean Days. I just want to make sure that we are good to go. Paul? Okay?
Yep.
Got it.
Can I take Saturday off?
Yeah.
And other than that, I will move on to this fight.
Okay, I think we talked about, let me get my glasses on. We talked about our roundtable with Senator Hoven in the United States Postal Service and their ongoing issues. Brenton, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the very next week on Wednesday, it was announced that the United States Postal Service was going to be cutting rural routes that are existing to try to save $3 billion annually. So after we had our roundtable and we talked about the need to service rural communities, 3 days later,
Yep, I saw that article.
I got a problem with that.
Yep.
So when you meet with our regional manager, Mr. Wayne, I would like you to bring that up and ask him what part of increasing service to our rural partners did they not understand. Okay? I also want to put as much emphasis onto the monthly meetings with our United States Postal Service as you are with the bi-weekly meetings with our Cass County Sheriff's Department. So once a month, I would like to see a meeting with Wayne until we can get these ongoing issues straightened out. I was on Nextdoor and I saw a slew of people really upset with problems with mail. I had mail shoved into my box personally and mail damaged actually, because our mail carriers just, I don't know, for whatever reason, can't seem to lay it in their flat.
Yep.
Okay, same thing with fire. Southwest Fire had a number of issues that I sent out via email. Paul, thank you for addressing those. I look forward to the continuation of discussion with Mr. Chief Mahoney. I'd like to see a monthly meeting at least, Jeff. We can talk about that. If you can attend, I will, but it needs to start happening because it hasn't been. I think that should provide coverage for not only our sheriffs, our fire, and our postal service. Any other services that I'm missing?
No, we have been having our meeting.
Are we,
This
are you
started.
talking these
We have
issues in
one.
relation to postal or or these are separate
I'm
issues?
talking just
Oh, I'm
all,
sorry.
all separate groups. I
I
want to
wasn't
see a monthly meeting.
Okay, I wasn't
until
aware
some
there
things
were-
start getting
I
sorted out.
wasn't where were there issues submitted to Paul about? I guess I'm not aware.
Yes.
Yeah. What was it
The
regarding?
post office issues, are you talking, or the fire issues?
I don't know.
So,
Okay.
their post office issues have been an ongoing challenge we've been tackling for a year and a half. And we've been working with Senator Kramer's office, Senator Hoven's.
Yep.
and
We all know that.
So that's been ongoing.
It has been an issue, but we need to stay on it. We need to
Fire-
drive it.
And the meetings with fire, we were having monthly meetings. I have not heard, we haven't had them more recently. And Mayor Trudeau and I have met with
2.5 weeks ago we had a
about
meeting.
2.5 weeks ago or so. And we haven't had any other ones since there.
I
so,
think it
you know.
makes sense to have monthly meetings until we can get some of this stuff sorted out so that everybody gets back on the same page. I think we talked about project updates, sidewalks on 66. When are they doing that?
So the way that I was told this morning is they're gonna do the repair work on Vistos, 66, and go to 64. I will know no more tomorrow
Okay.
as to their
I
status.
appreciate the update on the feed point. Thank you.
Yes.
Talked with Park, talked with KPH, talked with Border States. I think we're good there. Something that came up actually in a most recent discussion with residents, and Rachel, this pertains to something you brought up. While you were campaigning, you said that you got a lot of feedback that people really want to see larger lots.
Yeah.
We had a meeting with the Sunnyside Development and a unanimous vote in that room that said that they don't like all these small lots going in. Now,
Yeah.
whether you agree or disagree, there's a time and a place for a little bit of everything, right? However, we've come to that time where in all of my time at council, I have seen, with the exception of a handful of developments, including Lost River and Jackson Alley and whatnot, I've seen several developments that have come in with a lot of small lots. And around schools, new young families, I get it, right? Makes all the sense in the world. We need that variety. We need all of that.
Yeah.
To date, we haven't really seen west of the river come, with the exception of something that we just got wind of recently. And we have more development going further west, such as, I think, Lost River 7th, just completing up, just wrapping up. And Lost River West is coming, so those will have some bigger lots and a lot of variation. Jackson Alley, really excited about those. But we really have one developer focusing on the beautification of our town here. And I will tell you that I've become more and more frustrated, call it construction fatigue on the construction person, right? With seeing the overage of small lots and whatnot coming into our town. And so I'm gonna ask the council to strongly think about that, and consider the possibility of revamping what our current delineation looks like, up to and possibly including, and I'm not saying that this is a for sure thing, but an R6 designation, which is all we tend to see on specific developers' plats, which is really frustrating. Now, that said, I know that the market is there for that, and I'm not opposed to certain areas in our town that cater to those types of things. We need to cater to all different types within Horace, but all of Horace cannot be all one type of lot. And I know that's not the plan for it, however, that seems to be what's getting come across. So as a council, I would ask you and encourage you to really rethink that, because we have a lot of residents very frustrated. Not only did I hear the Sunnyside residents, I've heard from you, Rachel. I did an independent poll myself. I did some walking around town, stopped and talked to as many people I could find, and just asked them what their thoughts were, and it was unanimous that they wanted to get rid of the smaller lots. So as a representative, an elected official, I feel that we're doing ourselves a disservice if we continue with that and don't really take a second look at it. Now, we may decide as a council that there is a place for it, and that's fine, but I would encourage us all to take another look at that.
I mean, we typically you see like dense, and then as you go out, it gets bigger, but I am noticing that even the ones on the outskirts of town are getting smaller.
They are.
So.
And I realize that people, when they purchase land, want to get a return on investment, right? So there's a healthy balance here. And there's alternatives such as variation in lot sizes, different setbacks, different house types. I mean, there's any number of things that can be done. And I know that we've got anti-redundancy that we put into place and whatnot, but I'll tell you what, in the public eye, it's not enough. And I took that pretty personally when I got that feedback, and I feel strongly that we need to do the right thing and look at it again. That's all I've got.
Yep, that's what I hear too, Sarah, and I'm absolutely open to the discussion. I guess I don't know what the next steps are, but completely support that.
Well, I'll put some thought into it and we'll
Thank you.
formulate a plan.
Please do. That's perfect.
Thank you.
I will keep mine short and sweet. Rach,
Naomi, what do you got?
You forgot about me.
I thought you said you didn't have anything. I'm kidding.
I do need to talk about the Horace Downtown Neighborhood Plan.
Excuse me just a minute.
I know I talked a little bit about it earlier, but I just want to kind of let people know that we are working on this plan. Paul should be putting out a post on Facebook tomorrow regarding a website and a survey that are going to be live for the residents of Horace. It's a great survey. I definitely recommend checking it out. when I was looking at this, with Jace and the MetroCog and everybody that's involved in that, a lot of thought went into the survey and trying to figure out ways to engage the community. They're going to be here at Bean Days. They're going to be in the parade. We got a couple booths that we're going to be setting up for public engagement. So I really highly encourage residents to get involved with the downtown plan, so that we can focus on what we want to see for downtown and keep that small town character of Horace, which is what we're trying to accomplish. You know, I was looking at this website and it's very interesting. The city of Horace population has increased by over 500% since 1990. That's a lot. So, some really cool statistics on the website, but I don't know when Paul's planning on putting that out tomorrow, but be on the lookout. Please check it out. Fill out the survey. That's it, right? Anything else?
No,
No, that should be it.
Yep,
Now, that's
I'll
up to you.
just keep it short and sweet. Let Rachel talk about Bean Days. My only concern is, I know it's great for mosquitoes, I think, last week, but I'm worried a little bit about Meadowlark Park activities on Friday, because I thought the mosquitoes were terrible in my yard this weekend. So I don't know if there's any opportunity to try to spray again before Bean Days. I just throw it out for thought.
Terrible in my yard too.
So I don't know if that's possible, but I'm just worried about all of our activities Friday night in especially Meadowlark, Friday
Yeah.
night and Saturday.
I think
so.
we could certainly target the event locations
If we
once I get the list.
because I'm just worried that it's not gonna be as fun of an
I mean,
event.
people are
if-
going to be dancing outside
Yes.
the nerves, doing the itch and doing that.
Possibly.
I'll
But
talk,
especially Meadowlark.
I'll talk with Public Works.
Thank you.
Or just a reminder, it also just depends on the weather.
Right. But if it's
Because-
possible, it'd be good to at least hit,
Yeah.
if we can only spot hit, I think we should hit out there.
Well, it
And so
depends
this
on
is
the weather
cement,
in
you know, this
regards
is
to
a little
the
more
wind.
concrete.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern is wind.
But, so anyway, that's it. I'll leave it
Okay.
to Rachel.
Okay, Rachel.
Bean Days is this weekend, I'm just kidding. And the schedule's out and it looks awesome. Paul's worked really hard on it. And I think I haven't done this yet, but I'm planning on pushing it on social media, just reposting a lot of the things. He's already been putting a bunch of stuff out there. I don't know why it's not hitting my feed. I was feeling the same because I know you have been pushing stuff constantly.
Yeah, all cities ranked, so.
Yeah.
Should be-
So I need to be, I think, just pushing it from my own, along with biking and taking the shuttle and just a few things like that. I went to the park board meeting and a few fun tidbits from that. The Oak Valley Edition is proposing a 7.5 acre of dedication similar to Dakota Park. Multiple story slides, warming house, they're over dedicating. Anyway, nice trail system, they were talking that up. Bike trails on at least one side of the road on the collector. They talked about the strategic plan, moving ahead with Independence Park, that's a priority for them. Jim, you talked about Free Park, that you guys have made a lot of progress. They're working like crazy, trying their best, getting a lot done. So that's kind of what I have from those two things. And then before you guys go on to number 21, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would like to recuse myself from the discussion and the voting in the executive session. So Jack represents the Sparks developers, and he and I are involved in a land sale for a piece of property on 17 that's also part of this conversation. So I'm not sure if
Okay, so you're recusing yourself from the executive session or even the discussion prior to?
both.
Okay, both. I'll leave it up to the council to make a motion then to either accept her request to recuse herself from being part of this discussion.
Well, I mean, if she says she needs to be recused, then.
Great.
So to provide clarification, what he's saying is the council can have a motion to allow her to engage in the conversation and to waive the conflict. So if there is no motion to do that, then she would just be recused from the discussion and action.
Do you have a financial interest?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I know we've had a few conversations about this, and I know we've gone back and forth on it, but that puts us in the position then of weighing over Rachel's determination whether or not we think.
She's already voluntarily recusing herself. All we're
Correct.
doing is just if
Respecting that.
I accept your recusal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
you want to make that motion then, and then
Do we need to?
No.
do I need to make a motion? on
No,
that?
the motion would be if you want to allow
Allow
her
her?
to engage in
Okay.
the conversation.
Fair enough.
She could engage.
I'd
in-
like to see the
No.
presentation
Cannot
and I'll
engage
be
in the
before you guys
conversation.
discuss.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, there's no reason she can't engage in the conversation.
Yep, she can't.
Legally, she cannot.
She
No.
can,
She
she
can
could,
sit or just listen to it and stuff, but as a council member, she should not be
She can't vote. Yeah.
She can't talk.
and
Yeah.
discussing the matter. The century code says discussing the matter or voting on it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So, with that, agenda item number 21, I believe it'll both be Jim, Brenton, Arlene, and Lucas. So, I'll let you guys take it away. And we are here to sit and listen to their proposal.
do you have a copy of the? There we go. Oh, we want to read
So do we need to?
This is not the executive
This
session.
is not executive
This
session.
is just
We will not
a
talk
general discussion on
numbers. This is,
high level what's going
yep,
on.
give us your idea of what you want to propose.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Got a written proposal here that I'll hand out.
So, really quick while Jack is bringing that up, the executive session is regard to values and any negotiations on land or anything like that. So, they could bring up what they're thinking. However, in regards to the council talking compensation or anything like that, that would be a executive session conversation. That's why we'd be doing that.
Jack, did you type all this up?
So I guess I typed up the first draft of page 2, and then it was, I guess, something that we worked on together. Brent and I worked on it on Friday, then again today. And then I did, while I was sitting with Brent and Matt, today typed up page 3. So, I guess what we're talking about is Luther Avenue serving as a collector. I'm kind of rearranging some. So if you look at page 1, the map, we have, well, previously, the Sparks edition, if you recall, Luther edition was a dead end at the intersection of Nelson Drive. Because the CHS lot there on County Road 17 and the PetroServe lot were owned privately, so there was no access for Luther to connect. So, to give you some background on, I guess, the reason that this is being proposed. I've been working for the Sparks. Lee and Nancy Sparks are here tonight for quite some time, and during our work on the Sparks edition, 8th has been a source of concern for us. You Betcha, in order to do the Sparks development and Kelly's El Dorado development to the east of us, You Betcha Drive had to be constructed. That's the north and south road there. And then 8th Avenue had to be constructed. And as you know, that is I guess, on the north end of our development, and it's up against existing residents. I guess the Sparks and Kelly petitioned for You Betcha Drive, and the Sparks petitioned for 8th Avenue, expecting it to be a small segment, local road. I guess we weren't anticipating the city's plan, which was a collector. And so when we got to the public meeting, or when we reviewed the city's plan ahead of the the public meeting, realized that it was, a $4+ million project. And it was going to be, I guess, extending from Nelson all the way to 5th, down to Luther. And like I said, we had some sticker shock. So, and then because it's a collector and it's dead ending at 5th, we know in the future that it's going to connect all the way to the east. And so not only do we have a big assessment on the front end of our development, we know that there's going to be another large assessment down the road. And so 8th, I guess we saw as a liability. And of course, it's the existing residents were concerned about special assessments as well. So the idea of Luther, I guess I was at the auction. I bid on the CHS lot that the city purchased. And I was also at the special assessment or the public meeting that I'm talking about for 8th, where the PetroServe folks came down and they were concerned about the You Betcha specials and the 8th Avenue specials. And so they indicated that their lot would be valueless. So, after the CHS purchase, we touched base with those folks at PetroServe, and they were interested in parting ways, and so we put that lot under contract. And then we approached the city about changing 8th Avenue as a collector to Luther. So I guess what I'm trying to get across is the idea behind Luther was based out of efficiency. Luther was already being constructed from Nelson all the way to You Betcha, and in the same corridor was extending farther to the east on El Dorado Loop. And so Luther was already being constructed over a half mile. And like I said, we were concerned that 8th Avenue, just one block to the north, would be another large beefy road that would also be constructed that same segment without providing the same kind of benefits that Luther would provide. So in order to make that proposal, we had to visit with Kelly to see if he'd be interested in changing El Dorado. He already had a platted subdivision that was approved. He was willing to listen, and we proposed to redesign his approved subdivision and asked him if he'd be willing to basically sell or give up an extra 2.7 acres of land for this proposal, and he was willing to, like I said, listen. Now, Kelly's story, and Kelly, you can chime in anytime.
On that part of, we're platted, waiting for You Betcha, we're waiting to sell land. We have the larger lots that Ms. Veit had said, we're ready to roll. You Betcha's in now. It plans of getting El Dorado Loop in next year. Now this plan comes into effect, or this thought, and I go both ways on it. We're ready to go. I could start selling land here right now, really, and keep moving forward, even without the loop road in, which next spring that should hopefully get constructed on a special assessment. But now with this plan, the original drawing went up a little to the north into the dedication that we dedicated to the Fargo Parks, which became city. Now it's a city's lot for
Public Works.
Public Works. The city didn't like that, or the people we had met with the city didn't really like the alignment, so it came down and now it took more land of ours. They asked, how would you like to be compensated? I said, well, probably at our rate that we plan on marketing the land at. After it got drawn up, it had damaged more of our north lots, and now I have to replat it with this plan it's gonna have to be replatted anyway if this alignment goes through, but, so there was thoughts on that. And then in conversation with Jack about this all, I just said, we were talking about Big Irvs and parking at, with my north neighbor with the snow fence going all the way across now. We've had 3 accidents in there, bumping deals already since he put that fence up. We have no alleyway out for deliveries. Fire department, this lot here does not work with us at all. They've fenced that off. The elevator, I think, has gifted the fire department that lot now, right in this. So that's fine. That's not our land. Our customers aren't used to not parking there, so we had rented the CHS lot from Chelsea and them, so that's how we became to parking there. Still is not working out, and so at the end of the day, I gotta move. And I don't wanna kill Big Irvs at all, we wanna move. So I was shopping up north, north of 64th, looking for land there, south of the new proposed holiday station. Just trying to find a spot, maybe go up to 45th Street on the corner out there and somewhere, and Jack we came up with this idea of the city is not, you purchase that land from CHS to the south here, and I would make a trade, which is a showing, and keep it on Main Street of Horace, and make it a kind of a monument for this new plan of what Main Street of Horace should look like. And I think with 2.5 acres, we can make a beautiful place for Big Irvs. I gotta move soon. This is, we're busy yet, it all works, but it's just parking is detrimental to us right now of what's happened. And it's just part of it. I didn't own the land. We always thought we owned the land right up to Seba's, or the white building here. The alleyway got blocked off. It's really screwed things up in a quick hurry. So in 2 months, things have really changed for Big Irvs. So this is our idea of, hey, I'd love to go south of town. I missed the auction of that lot. I was driving home from Arizona. Didn't get the letter from the elevator. Was in a lot of talks with them about buying the land. I probably would have been in, but they called me. They're like, why aren't you at the meeting? I go, what? The auction's right now. From CHS called me. And I'm like, oh man, I couldn't get a rep there or anything. So I was out of it. And so we've got a plan here to keep us, like I would promise, if anything would work, that we would start construction in 2025 early and get a new place built, and something that is kind of really fun for Fargo, or for Horace. Not a strip mall bar, not anything of that sort. It'd be a standalone, probably a rooftop patio, pickleball court outside, some fun stuff like that. So that's my part of it then.
Yeah, so that's kind of how we came up with this proposal, and I think we can go into the details if you guys are ready, or do you guys have any questions yet?
No questions yet.
Okay.
I was curious about the 2.7 acres that you said Kelly was having to fork over. I'm doing the math and I can't seem to get the math to work out.
So 2.7 is a round number, but if you look at page 1, so there's the 0.99 acres.
Yep, I see that.
Okay, plus the 0.39 acres.
Plus the 0.84 plus the 0.47?
Correct, so I think it's around 2.67.
Okay, got it. I wanted to make sure that my math was correct because I wasn't getting exactly to 2.7.
Okay.
And the original dedication to the city was 9.02 of our development was 9 acres.
Yep.
Now the city with this alignment's getting not getting, but is going to 10 acres on their public use lot with this alignment also. So it was 9.02 previously. Now this plan makes the city public use lot go to 10.02.
With the subtraction for a park.
No, this is different.
What is this?
This is
So
not a
what
park.
Kelly is referring to is, if you look up, right there, that .99 acres, that would be the portion the city would, or the improvement, city/improvement district would have to purchase, as part of, he was saying the value, the .99 acres would tie into that lot one. So lot one, that 10.02 is
Is with this green
with
space?
this .99, yes.
What is the 3.98 acres on the
That
right
is the
side?
parcel just to the east of Drain 27.
We just own that parcel.
I got an extra.
That's on the east side of Drain 27. We own 13 acres going south.
Okay, and that is not being proposed in part of this deal?
No, and the 3.98 is not proposed in there either. It's just showing that we own that 3.98 on that side.
And this bit down,
Yeah, and there's about 10 more acres south there, which will become the holding pond for El Dorado, being built next year. And then Visto's industrial current pond will all pipe to that pond, and we'll recover the land back on 100th Avenue and try to fill that with fill, and that'll be produced as frontage of 100th that can be sold someday, so.
very good, thank you.
The 3.98 acres Kelly was talking about, one portion council have to consider is either taking cash or that 3.98, given the option of that.
Well, yeah,
Why
that'll
would
come
we
up
want
there.
that?
So that would be up to council to consider.
Why
It's
would
just,
we want
it's
that?
just, it could be used as storage for, we don't have any idea. I don't know what Public Works is using this 10 acres for anyway. It was, as far as, it was supposed to be for the park dedication, but it went to public use, or public utility. So we are just saying, we're just noting that that is our land over there, and it is one offer in there that I don't know what it'd be used for, but it is directly across from the property. That road will go across a new collector road, Luther. We'll go across Drain 27, and it could be used for storage of aggregates, stuff like that. It's not a high valuable land because it's got a 150-foot setback on it from southeast rural Cass.
Yes,
And so building on it, you could build some on the east side, but like an aggregate storage or stuff like that, it could be used for something like that. But that's all.
And you
it's
cannot-
on the table.
And you cannot build that area up, right? You could not bring in fill to raise that area up to make it more valuable?
I'm not sure on that. You just cannot put structures on there.
That's kind of what I meant, build it up and then actually put a structure on it.
Yeah, you can build it up soil-wise, but not put structures on, is the way I understand it. I don't know, Jim, do you understand that more?
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah. So,
Good to know.
Because of the
Drain.
drain?
yeah.
Okay.
So it's 300 feet from the center of that, 150 each way, that they've got an easement that you cannot put structures on. And it's a huge kind of waste of land, I think, of why they have that, because we've owned it for 7 or 8 years and that water does not get that far. Now, with maybe in the upcoming diversion, things will change someday where they might taper that down. But, I mean, they're talking about coming in there right now and cleaning it soon here. And when the engineering firm that called me, Moore, called me and said that they're going to put like a 12-foot concrete bottom in it that they're talking about. I don't know if that ever got, that was just a month ago when they called me.
Yeah, I've heard
This
about that too.
All the way to Rose Creek.
Yep,
Putting a 12-foot concrete bottom out there. Well,
yep.
and cleaning it out, but it doesn't flow that, I mean, it flows a lot of water, but that water goes down. If we get 4 inches of rain, it might go out 50 feet from the bank, and it's back in fairly fast anyway, so it is usable land.
So
but-
is Luther gonna have to have a bridge over Drain 27?
A crossing.
Box culvert type, like,
Mhm.
Think Cup Creek second.
Thank you.
So, if you want to turn to page 2, we can run through the proposal. So I guess the first proposal is that the Sparks would plat, and Kelly would plat the necessary changes to facilitate Luther as a collector. That would include dedicating an additional 1.46 acres of land. That would be the 30 feet south of Luther to bring it from a 70-foot right-of-way to a 100-foot right-of-way. We would have to rework the lots along the pond. They would have to be a little bit wider, I think, to front a residential collector, just like the ones on You Betcha. You can see that the ones on You Betcha are just a little bit wider.
So you're proposing that Luther become the truck route?
Well, we don't use those words. But we are proposing that it's a collector, that it has a larger improvement district, like 8th ended up being.
And then
And then
8th would
8th
no longer be.
Right, and we'll get down to 8th
Okay,
on number
sorry.
6.
Okay.
But yeah, so Luther would be assessed regionally. And I guess what we've talked about.
From Wall Avenue to 100th Avenue.
Correct. That's what we've talked about. So we'd have to rework lots along the pond, make them wider to facilitate a residential collector. And then also, we'd have to replat just on the west side to facilitate the curve into, well, and the reason obviously that we took curved Luther up was to meet the existing intersection of Liberty and 17. So we wanted to tie into that.
That makes sense.
Why did you want to tie into that?
Because then you're having offset roads.
No, I know, but I mean, we've got offset roads all over the place. Why do you want to tie into Liberty?
Well, I guess, yeah, just for traffic safety, to have a four-way intersection. I don't, it's a county road. We wouldn't, I don't know if we'd,
I mean,
It was the city's desire too.
I
To
don't
connect
know
everybody.
why we wouldn't.
I think you would create more of a safety hazard by curving Nelson this way and having this curve come around with visibility than you would just having a straight shot road out on 17, personally.
I don't
From-
think the ordinance
from
will
where?
allow you to have that much of an offset though, on 17.
I mean,
Why?
isn't the county in charge of that? Same thing with what happened with 100th Avenue with that new development going in. They had to
County-
get it through the county to even,
The county has expressed desire in conversation to line it with Liberty, so that you have the four-legged intersection. You don't have an offset. Because at the racetrack on the bottom, is gonna be another one going west into that open farmland right now.
What was your concern, Sarah? The alignment of Nelson to Luther?
Yeah, to Liberty. The
Oh, to-
alignment of Nelson to Luther and then Luther to Liberty. And I know what they're trying to accomplish, but I don't know what they're going to accomplish, because you don't have that much traffic coming through there.
That will be a collector road though. It's gonna be a lot of traffic.
But is it
Imagine
going-
100 houses in that area wanting to go to downtown. They're gonna use that road. People coming that live in Sparks, You Betcha, all that are gonna come off 100, probably work in Fargo right now.
and this is your quarter line right here. So my understanding is that this aligns with, I guess, the city's desire to have a
Collector
regional road every half mile.
I see that.
So you
And
want to
train
use
crossing.
this as the regional collector instead of 8?
Correct.
And this would be concrete or asphalt?
I think concrete is what we talked about, but
Typically,
that would be up to
concrete,
the
yes.
city.
And then Luther would go back to an asphalt.
8th.
Or 8th, excuse me, would go back to asphalt.
Correct.
Okay?
The other change, we would, I guess, increase or just add the additional 30 feet to the south side of the park lot. So those are the changes that would need to be made from, and of course, the obvious changes to El Dorado. Those would be the changes that would need to be made by plat. Number 2, Kelly would convey the 2.67 acres We put a value of $523,000, $373.40 to the city. That's based on a value of $450 a square foot. So he would convey the 2.67 acres to the city, and he would also agree to pay either $109,000 or the 3.9 acre outlot we just discussed as boot, on top of the 2.67 acres. I'll jump down to number 3. I guess I'll just explain A and B briefly. Just for record keeping, the 0.99 acres that's being added to the public facility lot, just by math, would carry a value of $194,000. And based on my discussions with Brent and Matt, that would be purchased by the Public Facilities Fund. The 1.6 acres would be dedicated to the city as right-of-way, and that would be for for the Luther right-of-way.
It'd be purchased.
Again, those are both both conveyed to the city, but we're just assigning value to them based on, I guess, what we talked about per square foot. Number 3, the improvement district that will be formed, basically the Regional Luther Improvement District, would purchase the city lot, the CHS lot, for $504,000. And then the Farmers Union lot for $488,000.
Mr. Mayor, that, for 3 is where the city will have an issue because the city can't dispose of property without it being publicly bid.
When you say dispose, what do you mean?
Sell, convey.
We can't sell or convey.
Without, say it again?
Without like a public bid or without hiring a real estate agent to offer it for sale, a real estate broker. If it has a value of over $2,500, and that's century code and it's the city's ordinances. And so obviously that's a wrench with this.
Right.
So what I thought was happening was that there's just, the city could essentially dedicate.
I mean, it's a land swap, but we're assigning value so that we could come up with a number of boot or a value.
They're preferring to do.
Selling it.
I see.
It says dispose of,
It's got
convey,
value
transfer.
assigned to it and it's transferring ownership.
The thought with this is asking the Attorney General's office to see if they'll provide an opinion on just doing an exchange, not to request an actual Attorney General's opinion, because that takes a long time, but just to have a phone call with them.
Let's hear the rest of the proposal.
Okay.
And
Yep.
then we can look at the finite details.
Sure. So, number 4, the improvement district will convey the 2.42 acres. That's after, utilizing part of the Farmers Union lot or the PetroServe lot for the right-of-way. The remaining 0.49 acres plus the 1.93 acres that the improvement district acquired from the Public Facilities Fund, that would be paid to Kelly in exchange for the 2.67 acres and the booth that he's provided. And as Kelly mentioned, he will begin designing construction of a new bar and restaurant right away in either 2024 or 2025.
Okay, Jack, I need your help up on the map here.
Sure.
So the remainder of the Farmers Union lot, the .49 acres, I see clearly.
Yeah.
And the CHS lot, I've got 1.93 acres. Is that the bottom? Which
That
part?
would be this one. This is the city's lot.
Okay.
That labeled.
So this is the 1.93. I'm gonna
Correct.
just put that on there. And then we've got the new bar and restaurant. Where does the 1.78 acres come in, or is that just a placeholder?
The 1.78 acres.
You mean to the
On the
east of
map?
To
it?
the east, yes.
I don't know what that is either.
Oh, that is just a Sparks lot.
Okay,
Yep,
that
yep.
has nothing to do
That's-
with this.
Yeah, that, I think was a 3 acre lot maybe. Just now it's 1.78.
And it's just reduced to 1.78?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So that's not part of the proposal. I guess we're proposing that this little triangle right here, I guess we're proposing, since there's not a great use for it, that would be turned over to the Sparks Edition HOA for entrance signage or beautification. And then, as part of the deal, we will find a suitable location for a lift station and dedicate land with no cost to the city or the improvement district. So basically, there's a small area that we would provide to the city for an improvement district. I mean, for a lift station.
You should probably show where that is actually, you're dedicating that, so we understand it's on 30 feet of the south side.
Yeah.
That is a big.
What's the plan with the .49 acres?
That would go with the city lot, and that becomes 2.67,
Which city lot?
your city lot.
The whole thing would be turned over to Kelly. So he would get that whole 2.42 acre lot. He gets .49 acres plus the 1.93 acres for a total of 2.42 acres. So he would get this.
And what is to the west of the .49 acre lot? That little
This would
square,
be-
what is that?
This would all be dedicated to the county for 2017.
Okay, so that is right-of-way dedication.
Correct.
And then you're proposing a brand shiny new lot right on the frontage of County Road 17 for Biggers.
Yeah.
But you would have traffic access onto Luther, correct? Or, I mean, that's probably too far into the weeds, but I'm just curious.
Whatever the recommendations of the county or the city, however that would all work,
And that .51 acres of HOA next to Nelson Drive, who owns that right now? Is that Sparks?
Right. That was platted, that's that tree row. So the .51 is a little bit misleading because that includes the 3,000 feet from that triangle that I just pointed out. So like, this is not, the only thing that this little triangle is 3,000 feet, right
Yes,
there.
yes,
This is already the HOA lot, right there.
right.
Okay, you can see that.
So you just want to extend the HOA lot and have some signage there?
Right. Yep. And the Sparks, of course, are giving up the 30 feet all the way across for that,
dedicating that.
for bullet
Which is
point
about-
1A, the Sparks dedication of 1.46 acres. That's the 30 feet all along Luther.
All along Luther?
Right, to bring you from 70 feet up to 100 feet.
Thank you. There's a lot of moving parts on this one.
Right. It's late, too.
It is.
Did you bring something to drink? First mistake. I'm kidding.
I could really use some pizza.
Right.
Snap me.
Okay, keep going, we're getting there.
Okay. So then as part of that, Luther would become a larger improvement district, and then 8th, we understand that the folks north of 8th, don't want to be part of 2 assessment districts. And so I guess, we're proposing that the residential lots in between Park and 8th aren't included in the 8th Avenue Improvement District. So we don't want to pay for the whole road because, the YB area there also would benefit from having 8th Avenue built.
Oh, we got the YBs on the city lot.
Yeah, in the city. So there would be an improvement district drawn up for 8th Avenue, for just the construction of 8th Avenue between Nelson and 4th.
So keeping it like a local project.
A local project.
Yep.
So do you, Naomi, with your location on Third, have a financial impact from this project?
Well, I personally would like to see Luther be the collector. Because it will encompass, it will be cheaper for everybody because it's gonna be considered the collector. So we're gonna have to go all the way, your district technically should go all the way to Wall Avenue, all the way down to 100th Avenue.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be right in the middle.
I have to stop you for a minute, and I'm asking you, do you have a financial interest in this project?
I don't
In
own
your
any
location
land.
on Third?
I don't own land.
You'll be part of an improvement district.
Well, everybody's gonna be part of an improvement district if this is a regional project.
I'm asking.
We don't ever, I guess I don't understand what you're asking me.
I'm asking you if you can have an unbiased opinion about this project.
I think that this makes sense because it's right in the middle. 8th Avenue was never even on the plan.
Naomi, stop. I'm asking you if you can have an unbiased opinion about this project.
I don't have any financial gains. I don't know what you're asking.
Direct financial or pecuniary interest, so Rachel's reasoning for recusing
It's different,
herself.
I know, and I'm asking if she can be
Yes, and
unbiased.
so typically when council members have been part of improvement districts,
We're
they've
all-
not had to recuse themselves.
We're all part of improvement districts.
I understand that.
I don't have a bias to anything. This makes more sense to me.
I'm not asking for feedback. We're
So-
still having them give us.
Right,
some
but I guess
information.
if you're asking me if I can be unbiased, my job as a council, Sarah, is completely to be unbiased. I don't have any financial gains, I don't have any non-financial gains, I do a job, because that's what I was elected to do. So
I
I want to
understand.
do what's best for the city.
Right. We went through a assessment district change previously in relation to 8th. We went through a number of different reiterations. And I'm asking the question, not attacking, but to ensure that we can be fair
Well, if
about
you're-
what makes sense.
If you're asking
For
me
the
if I
residents.
think that 8th Avenue district would have to change, absolutely. Because that is not considered a regional project. I don't know why we would go all the way to Wall Avenue with a local project to Sparks.
I'm gonna tell you that we
So-
haven't heard the full proposal
No, but
yet.
if you're gonna ask me though, Sarah,
I'm not asking you any of that. What I'm saying is we haven't heard the full proposal. We don't have all of the information yet. And you're giving me your opinion on what you think should happen before we have all of the information.
you asked me.
No, I asked if you could have an unbiased opinion or if you have
Well, yeah,
financial
sure.
interest.
I guess I don't know what the question is.
I know
If
she's
I
having
could
a Brad
explain.
both are getting that.
Yeah.
What,
apologize if
I
don't
believe
understand
Sarah
it.
is just trying to avoid a similar situation of what might have happened in the past. And I understand the reason, Sarah.
Right.
For this purpose, it is something completely different than obviously what Rachel recused herself for. I believe this is just more for, in your opinion, probably optics of being able to focus, and let me
Right.
finish,
Right.
focus on the task at hand and be objective without personal interest.
I have no problem with a regional project.
Understood. So
I have no problem with regional projects and
hopefully-
being in a district for a regional project.
hopefully I've worded it correctly here. I'm just trying to make sure that, you
But
know,
I'm really hoping that you guys would consider the optics of what it would look like for the city to keep a regional district for a different project that is not a regional project. That is my only concern with these, and we can take that offline.
Yes, we haven't made any decisions
No.
about that, and we haven't even
Correct.
determined if we're
I
going
don't
to
have any
consider this.
issue
and we
with
don't
this
even know
being
if
a
we
regional
can
project.
consider this.
Right.
That's the bigger thing. so
And maybe
far.
I'm misreading number 6. But I guess that's kind of what I thought number 6 was implying, was that it was no longer a collector road. That 8th was no longer considered a collector road. And we might be getting off track here, and I apologize if we are. But that in itself would take it off the table.
And I want to
As a
allow
large
Jack
assessment
to
district.
finish his presentation.
Right, so I guess generally, we thought it would be important for 8th to be, the district boundary for 8th to be redrawn or dissolved and recreated with most likely encompassing some of the city land, the industrial land north of 8th and south of Park, and then the Sparks land. And then, you know, being a local road for those two blocks there. And I guess the idea is that, you know, the residential lots, I think they're on 3rd Street between 8th and Park. If we don't redraw them, they'll be hit with 2 different assessments. And so I guess just to make it more politically acceptable and to ease their burden, this is the proposal. So I guess the impact to Councilmember Birkeland under our proposal, she'd be removed from the 8th Avenue Improvement District, but then included in the Luther Avenue Improvement District.
Which is a
That
much
is what I
broader,
understood.
which is a much broader district at this, or being proposed as a broader district, yes?
That's my
It's
assumption.
It's a larger project and it's a larger district.
Was your hope to do the entire road from 17 to 57th all in one fell swoop?
From 17
Plan was
to,
for it to stop at the half section line because the new developer, not to go to veterans.
right, if you
But,
Right now.
okay.
It would get
Okay.
just across drain 27.
Okay, I thought
Just
that
Would
was,
cross drain 27?
It would cross drain
But
27,
then it
but
would
stop
end
at the
there.
half section line.
I thought that seemed a little more reasonable. I mean, that was
Because
quite a.
Going to a gravel road is,
Okay.
and it's gonna be developed, you would imagine sometime,
That would be future.
yeah, so
Okay.
future.
Okay.
so one thing that maybe I didn't cover in the proposal is just, we came up with different land values. The land along 17, we came up with a value of $6 per square foot. The land.
Based on what?
Just based on
We had
our
a
inform-
talk
our-
with, in the meeting with Brent, and, I don't know, went through a couple meetings, but we took prices up north of town that I had been looking at, $16 a foot, $12 a foot, $8 a foot if you're off of, that's north of the four-way stop. You guys purchased that as a city at around
$460.
four something. We are selling all of our industrial property, we've sold out at 4 1/4, 4-ish, is what we've closed on everything at in there. Our residential, we're gonna be at about 4.5. We figure there's more value with Cheyenne, and we all kind of mutually thought 6 is maybe what the market could bear right now. It might not bring $6 if you guys marketed that lot, if you were to sell it, and
Today, keep in mind that the
Yeah.
city purchased this lot as a long-term investment.
Great.
I say that for no reason other than just for awareness.
With no plan.
Right.
No plan at all.
So,
Conversation.
quick question I had for you, Jack. When we purchased the property for future city hall, you put a stipulation in there that we had to follow through with building a city hall on one of said 2 lots.
Yeah.
What assurance do we have that, something is gonna be put there that, that you're making the comment on, that we will have a future restaurant there, I guess is the way I'm trying to word it.
I don't know. Word of mouth isn't, or handshake isn't good enough these days. I would do whatever we have to do legally to say I would move there. I would take, first of all, it has to be able to swap the land, which
Understood.
but I'm going somewhere by
Understood.
next year. And it might be north where it's not in plans of this city here. There's some give and take in this. I'm gonna say on my end, I can sell land right now. Plat's done. I can move forward. I was brought into this as a collector road and not all for it, but I see the, what we had talked about, what a collector road means is not a 52nd Avenue, that's bigger, not a 100th. A 40th, maybe 40th that runs east and west in Fargo, or maybe more of a 9th in West Fargo by the schools in the wilds where I reside. So there is some give and take on my end where I'm going to go, okay, I see the plan of this. The proposal by the city was like, we would love to be on the half-mile line with a road. We don't get this opportunity too much. And to get us to tie into veterans, there's no other way right now to get to veterans. And if something blossoms there fast, so in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, we'll work with this a little bit. I need a place for Irv's. Looking to invest into Horace on being on Main Street of Horace, building a really cool facility. Can I promise that? I would, however, it would take to make you guys feel comfortable on that, but that's the only use I have for it. It could be written in something that's what it is, can only be for. And but I have no other intention but putting Big Irv's there. Not another bar either, it would be Big Irv's going there. Not moving another bar into town or something, but it'd just be that name moving down there.
What are you thinking about doing with the existing property that you own that is bigger currently?
I don't know. It's changed a lot. It's not really sure what it can be. I would keep the property, I think. I don't need to sell it financially to make that part happen. But I don't know. Could be a liquor store. Could be, I'm not all into liquor either. Could be offices, could sell it just to sell it and let someone else do something with it, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I've also talked about maybe I want to move Big Irv's, and maybe that would just become a little downtown bar for a while, or make it a little cafe even, or something of that sort. That I don't know. I kind of ideas, but I'd have to kind of know what I'm doing with that and then see. But I own it. I don't have mortgage or any lease. I don't lease it from anybody, so it is my property free and clear, and there is a good use for it. But maybe someday, like I would even tear it down but there's just not enough room to do anything with parking. Tear it down and put up a new bar there.
Mm-hmm.
There's not parking, and this infrastructure, this main street. If you're in Fargo, downtown Fargo or West Fargo, and you build a bar on the main street, you don't need a parking lot. Here you do.
Yeah.
And so I'm in a big pinch. So I got brought into that, and I'm like, okay, if we're all gonna give and take, the city wants this collector road, which is going to be a big road and a lot of traffic, more than we can envision now when the Sparks housing is there, the buildings are there, we have our El Dorado. That road's gonna come up, you betcha, a lot of traffic is gonna come up that, so that should be a collector road after their presentation, I'm like, they're right. The guys from the city telling us that it has a great vision for collector road. So that's how, then it's like, okay, well, I'm getting damaged here, I've got to give away a lot of property. It's only a 25 acre development, I'm losing just about 3 acres, 2 point some acres. That's 10% of my development is changing. So I'm like, well, hey, I'd like to go on Main, stay in the town, be a monument of Horace right away, be one of the first things for the city Main Street change of what they want it to look like. And I would work with the city on what could this place look like, you know, be right up by the road, parking in the back, parking to the east, have the bar up as close as you can to the right of way, and kind of work that way. And like a rooftop that is maybe towards this side of Cheyenne, so you could look to the west and see sunsets, stuff like that draw people. So
Okay.
that was my part of this also.
No, Mr. Mayor, there's 2 questions that I haven't answered. One was from Councilmember Veit, and that was about how we came up with $6 per square foot, and I think it would probably be maybe a back and forth between us and Brent, and also maybe just our knowledge of real estate in the area. Both Kelly and I work in real estate in this area. We've also seen quite a few appraisals, and so I think, and then it just sold for $460. And then, Mr. Mayor, you asked me about how we would lock that in, and I think this would be the initial conversation. And if this bullet point was agreed upon, we would still have to come up with written agreements. So, I mean, I guess the idea would be nothing's binding until we have a written contract.
Understood.
So, anyways.
Because I would like to keep his establishment in town.
I do too. It's a staple of the community, and I could not imagine Horace without Biggers.
And I could have bought that white building when it was 150,000, 120. I told the realtors, don't call me till it's about 50 because there's asbestos in it. At the time, I didn't have surveys done. I thought I owed 1 foot from the white building. When I bought the bar, she goes, you own a foot from there? It's never been an issue. We park up there. We've always went through the back alley. This guy buys it, has no plan for it. Still no plan, and fences it off just for spite, blocks the alley off, and now yes, it's my own fault for not buying it, but I've got to make a change, so.
Sounds like a couple of us don't have plans.
Huh?
Sounds like a couple of us don't have plans for land that we own, with future intent, possibly. Good, interesting. Thank you.
Anybody else have any final questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you for the information.
Did you guys have anything final for us?
No, we understand that this is new information, and I know you guys like having your information in advance, but we're working on this as recently as this afternoon, and so, not expecting and obviously there's a legal issue we have to work through, so not expecting a decision right off the bat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for
guys
coming.
for coming.
Did you guys have anything else?
No, are you still open for dinner?
I don't even know what time it is. Probably not, no.
Yeah.
No, it's 10:30, no.
Cook isn't there anymore, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to see all you, and hopefully we'll see you at Bean Days here coming up.
Yeah, I see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, Kelly?
Oh, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm gonna give it a couple minutes for people to clear out.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Do you want to go,
Are we doing it here?
Yes.
do you want to just do that here?
Yep.
Take a few minutes? Okay.
Yep.
So then,
Thank you.
would you,
Have a good night, Rachel.
Right.
Paul?
Why
Have
do
a
we
good
need
night.
to be here?
Are we offline or?
not yet. So I'll email, or I'll send